Let's talk about it.
They wiped the archives, said I was divisive, said I was too loud. I've got one shot to bring Real Truth and Power back, or the community loses its voice. It started as a podcast, just the mic, just truth. Then came the guests, doctors, entrepreneurs, revolutionaries. We laughed, we argued, we built something sacred. But the deeper we went, the more resistance hit. Algorithms buried us. Platforms ghosted us. Not because we lied, but because we told the truth. I was ready to walk away. Then, after practice, one of my players, 16 years old, pulls me aside. Dead serious, he goes,
"Coach, that podcast, that was the first time I heard someone actually speaking to us."
Then he smirks.
"Also, you kind of went viral in my group chat. Don't let it die."
That was it. I rebuilt the studio from scratch. Mic back on, files restored, and this time, I hit record like it's war. Real Truth and Power is back. Raw, necessary, unstoppable. New shows drop soon. Subscribe now. Share this. And revisit the episodes they didn't want you to hear. Locked. It's
Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. We got a powerful show tonight. But of course, as always, we got to do it right. Let's start the show off with the intro.
You are now tuned in to Real Truth and Power, the show that uplifts the community with health, wealth, and knowledge of self. Here's your host, Everett Winchester.
All right, family, welcome to the Real Truth and Power podcast, where we provide health, wealth, and knowledge of self. Last week, I had an issue with my camera. I think it might be TikTok. So we're not streaming on TikTok tonight, but we are streaming on Twitter, Facebook, UNIA Rock Media YouTube. Again, UNIA Rock Media YouTube. And of course, Real Truth and Power on YouTube. We got a powerful show tonight. And it's a powerful topic. We're going to be talking about two things. Has the public education system failed Black children? Has the public education system failed Black children in the Black communities? Key words here. If you're not in the Black community per se, if you're a majority white community, maybe those public schools are a lot better. But we're going to focus on the public school system in the Black communities. So before we get started, let's get into a little commercial, and then we'll rock and roll. Hold on one second.
History doesn't remember those who stood on the sidelines. History remembers those who organized. More than 100 years ago, Marcus Garvey inspired millions to believe that a people could rise through unity, organization, and self-determination. Today, that legacy returns to Baltimore. Now for 6 unforgettable days. History, culture, education, and purpose come together. This is more than a convention. It is the continuation of a movement. Join President General Michael Duncan and Garveyites from around the world at the 68th UNIA-ACL International Convention, August 18th through August 23rd, Baltimore, Maryland. One God, one aim, one destiny.
All right, family, that's just a preview of the UNIA convention. For those that don't know, I'm president of the Baltimore division, and it's going to be a powerful, powerful convention. We want everybody to come out. We got events, free events, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Join us. We have free events during the day on Saturday, and at night we have our red, black, and green UNIA Convention Gala and Awards Ceremony. We'll be giving awards to people that have passed UNIA tests, especially orientation. We'll be giving UNIA members awards, but we're going to be giving out some community awards. One of the community awards will be going out to Sister Eartha. Shout out to Sister Eartha. As I always see her, she asks me, who's the we? Who's the we? And we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to be giving an award to the Art Social Club, and that is the oldest social club in the United States for Black men in the country. We're going to be giving an award out to Cliff Kumba. I don't know if Brother Cliff will be there that night. We may try to give him his award earlier. And so we got a bunch of awards going on. We're giving Black Men Unifying Black Men an award, the organization itself. And then we're going to be giving awards separately to Brother Bill Gooden and Brother Mike Johnson. We wanted to separate those two guys from Black Men Unifying Black Men. So maybe we'll get Mark Hughes to accept the Black Men Unifying Black Men Award. So I want to get into it today because this show we're going to be covering two topics. The first topic is the education system within the Baltimore school system. We're going to be covering the education system. I'm sorry, not in the Baltimore school system. I'll bring up some stats. We're going to be covering the education system in Black communities. So I know a lot of people are talking about, the school system being good, the school system being bad. And we're going to get into some stats, more importantly, because sometimes the stats make us change our mind a little bit. And again, this is not a teacher problem. I always say this. This is not a teacher problem. It's a system problem. And I want to make people aware, and then I want to give some input on everything. I'm going to do a quick presentation, Brother James. I see you in the building. And then I'll give out the link and you guys can jump on, because my main thing is education. As a youth sports coach, we always told our parents, they say, when does the college recruiting start for my child? I'm like, he's in kindergarten, and it starts in kindergarten. Because education is the key. Getting good grades is the key. So we're going to get into that real quick. But before I start, I need you guys to do me one favor. This is very important. Hit that like button.
Smash it now!
Hit that like button so we can get the algorithms out. This is going to be an important conversation, and we want everybody to be involved. And I also, if you're on YouTube, Real Truth and Power, or UNIA Rock Media, favorite right here. Hit that subscribe button. It is very important because we want to talk about important topics. We want to make sure we get important topics out. We want to make sure we talk about these important topics. And the more we hit the like button, the more we hit the share button, the more we subscribe, the more the analytics pick it up. And we want our people to hear these things because we want to talk about important topics. So I know I was going off last week, but of course, we got to get back to what we do at Real Truth and Power, provide that health, wealth, and knowledge itself. So let me get into this. Just want to get you guys a couple of stats of what made me go into this. Hold on one second, and hopefully you guys can see that. Put it in the chat if you can, and right after the presentation, I go over the chats. Brother Malik, I see you in the building. I'm going to bring you in right after James. But let me go over this real quick. Where are we at? Okay. Hold on a second. All right. Having a little system difficulty, but we're going to make it work. Hold on one second. We are going to make it work. There we go. And all right. So the first slide we got is, has the public education system failed Black children? This is the topic, one of the topics for tonight. The other topic is going to be about politicians, Black politicians. And we're going to be talking about, following up on last week, should we be critical of them or should we just support them? I know we have to do both, but we want to go into that because a lot of the Black communities right now have Black politicians. So I want to go into the first one. Tonight it's about blaming. It's not about blaming the teachers, as I said before. It isn't about blaming the parents. Tonight we're going to examine some numbers and some stats. So I hope you guys are with me so far. All right. So here's some numbers to look at. Nearly 45 million children attend American public schools. That's very interesting. About 15% of those students are Black. Education is one of the biggest investments in America. So my question, if we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars every year, are we getting the results our children deserve? And so that's going to be very, very important that we talk about that. Very important that we talk about that. Let me go to the next slide. So, I'm sorry, I got my notes. I was trying to pull them up. Just want to make sure I can make sure the slides have all the stats. So, we're going to talk about fourth grade reading because you understand that fourth grade is critical. Fourth grade is kind of when you're finishing up elementary, going to middle school, junior high. So we want to look at these. Reading is the foundation of every subject, which we know. If a child struggles to read by the fourth grade, science becomes harder, history becomes harder, math becomes harder. So here's some stats nationally. Black students, 17%. White students, 40%. I want you guys to look at that now. I want you guys to really look at that and tell me if that makes sense. Because we have to start looking at things from a different level. We have to start looking at things from a different level. We have to start looking at things, again, I'm sounding like Brother Umar, from a different level. As he repeats himself all the time. It's very important to understand that at the fourth grade reading level, if you take 100 kids, only 17% of them are reading at a proficient level. Think of that. That's very important. And we got to start understanding and asking ourselves why this gap continues. Let's talk about math. And this is in all black communities in public schools now in the black community. Public schools in the black community. We're going to look at math. Math is more than numbers. So we're talking about math as far as being STEM, actually. Math and engineering, technology, medicine, finance. Nationally, we're talking about 20% of black students. 20% of black students are up to par in their math, according to the achievement gap, okay? While white students are 49%. So that means we're 29% below average in math in the 4th grade. 4th grade. So this is why it's very important that we understand the system as a whole, because sometimes we see our students excelling, but we don't understand the mark and the benchmark of the school system. We don't understand that. So we're going to get into that a little bit more. Hold on real quick. So we're going to go into 8th grade now. So 8th grade. By 8th grade, students should be already be preparing for high school. So I want you to look back at what I did. I went from 4th grade because they're getting ready to prepare for middle school or junior high. And then I'm talking about 8th grade as they prepare for high school. So by 8th grade, hold on, I'm going to let somebody in the building real quick. So, sorry about that. So by 8th grade, students should be preparing for high school. So look at the national for math. 14% of our students in the 8th grade are up to par in math. White students, 41%. Now, nearly 9 out of 10 black students did not reach and I believe the proficient benchmark is created by NAEP. So nearly 9 out of 10 black students did not reach the proficient level in math in the 8th grade. We're going to talk about high school. High school. This is the graduating part. We're talking high school. Graduating is, of course, important because you can't even go to the next level. And because of our system that we're in, without a high school diploma, it's really hard to make it unless you have a trade. So, but graduation alone doesn't tell us whether students are prepared. So we want to look at it from a national level again. This is just public schools. White students, 90%. Black students graduating, 81%. That's only a 9% gap. Now, this stat is real important because it's letting you know that black students are graduating at 81%. I'm going to go back. They're graduating at 81%. So we are graduating at a high clip. But let's talk about the 12th grade. By senior year, students are preparing to enter adulthood. Nationally, 35% of seniors reach the NAEP, proficient benchmark in reading. 35% of seniors. 22% reach proficiency in math. My question is, how can students compete globally if these are the outcomes at graduation? Think about that now. 35% of black seniors are not proficient in reading. I'm sorry, let me go back. 35% are only reading properly. 35% are only reading properly. That's why I had to pull my stats up. 22% are only proficient in math. We have to start looking at the stats, okay? So let's talk about it. You know, we have 85% of our people graduating. We have 85% of our people graduating, but only 35% are good in reading and only 22% are good in math. So that's something that we have to look about. All right. So we talked about the 12th grade math. Maryland, and this is Maryland now. Now I'm breaking down Maryland because I want people to understand Maryland is considered one of the strongest education states. Yet, black students, 39.4% are proficient in math out the whole state of Maryland. So first was global. First was throughout the country. Now we're just going to focus on my state, Maryland. And it's probably the same in almost all of these states. So Black students, only 39.4 proficient in education as far as math. As far as white students, 67.9. So that's almost a 30% gap in white kids going to public schools and Black kids going to public schools. And let's be realistic, when we start talking about public schools, majority of these schools in the Black communities are all Black. Majority in the white public schools are mostly all white. And then you even have to look at if they are combined, the total for Black kids is not up to par as we would like. Let's look at and so math remains one of Maryland's biggest educational challenges. This is just in Maryland, but as you can see, it's kind of worse than the national. I could be wrong. I got to go back. White are proficient 67.9%. Blacks only 39.4%. That's like almost another 30% gap. So who's failed their children? Now, I'm not interested in blaming one group. So we want to talk about solutions. So we're going to bring up parents because that could be an issue as far as culture and our young parents. We're going to bring up teachers. And of course, we're going to bring up politicians. We're going to bring up organizers and communities, churches, mentors, probably. Everyone has to be responsible. But my question is for everyone that calls in today is give me 3 specific solutions to change this. No politics, no complaining, which we're going to do those. We're going to do those things, but we're going to have to come up with some solutions. Almost finished, y'all. Just wanted to go over these stats because I think sometimes we are not aware of the stats that we're getting into. And that's very, very important that we talk about these things. So who's failed our children? As you can see, have parents failed, have politicians failed, etc. And I'm almost think I'm done there. And so we wanted to just look at that and just talk about the testing, the scores and things of that nature. But I did something even deeper for those in Baltimore City, because Baltimore is probably reflective of, let me pull that up real quick. Baltimore is probably reflective of a lot of city schools. So let's talk about Baltimore. I pulled this up on my phone. Baltimore City Public Schools serves 76,000 students. 76,000 students. So think about that real quick. Baltimore City services 76,000 students. And this isn't so we know Baltimore is in the small school system. And it affects the whole future of our city. It affects the entire city. I am famous for saying uneducated people do uneducated things. So look at Baltimore, it gets worse. Only 13% of Baltimore City 4th graders reach the proficient benchmark in reading. Only 13%. That means 13 out of every 100 kids are reading properly. Here we go with math. Only 12% of 4th graders reach the benchmark in math. Let's talk about high school. Only 6.4 of the students. Now, this could be iffy because algebra is a little weird, but only 6.4 are proficient in algebra. So how can we prepare for STEM careers and stuff like that? Now, if we look at the graduation rate, 71.7% of our kids are graduating. I want you to think of that. 71% are graduating. 5-year graduation rate is like 74.6. So it even went up. So should we celebrate the improvement of graduation when the test scores are so low? And a lot of that has to do with the No Child Left Behind and things of that nature. So I'm going to bring in my first guest, Brother Charles. My first thing I want to ask you guys is, let's be fair, has Baltimore City improved with the reading? We're just talking about the reading and the test scores and things of that nature. And are these improvements enough? Baltimore City operates on roughly a 1.9, might as well say 2 billion budget. Baltimore City operates on a $2 billion budget. So are we seeing a return from our taxpayers' money, our parents and our students getting the education they deserve? So again, I'm not here to attack the teachers. I'm not here to attack the parents. I'm not here to attack the students. You know, we want to talk about this because it's love. And sometimes our students are doing real well that we don't understand the situation with how they're scoring compared to others. I came into that issue when my son went to private school, and we were looking at a bunch of schools for him to go to, and one of the schools was a school called St. Paul's School for Boys, and I went in there, and of course this is private, so we're not comparing. And they were learning like Chinese in the 3rd grade. I was like, dang, you know. But when you see how the private schools react and things of that nature, I'm not saying public schools should be that way, but I feel that in the education system, we need to have high standards because this is important. Just like we train our basketball kids, Brother Bill Gooden said this a lot. We got to practice, practice unity. Like I practice my football and basketball team. So just like we're talking about, hey man, we got to win a championship. We got to get a scholarship to go to college. We're trying to get to the NBA or the NFL, or we're trying to get to Olympics, and we got to practice and we got to compete. I want you to put that same thought process in a child that's smart and a child that wants to be the best academically possible. Are our libraries up to par? Of course not. But it's the inside the classroom up to par with other cultures. And I commend our students because they work so damn hard to compete with limited resources. So we understand historically we've done a lot more with a lot less. But everybody isn't an academic star. Everybody isn't an academic star. I had and I'm about to bring in Brother Charles just real quick. I had an issue with, not an issue, but it was a small debate with a person, and they were upset saying that they wanted their child to attend the HBCU because it meant so much culturally. The kid is like a genius, by the way. I think somehow they went to Yale or Harvard. And I definitely understood that. I went to University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, HBCU. But I also had to put myself in the kids' point of view, because we always talk about athletes wanting to go to these SECs and these ACCs because they got the best gyms. Some of these college schools have better facilities than the pro teams. Yes, for my Raven fans, Alabama and all of them may have better facilities than the Ravens. That's serious. So it's hard to tell a person that wants to compete at the highest level to do something like that. It takes a huge sacrifice for our young adults. But think about it academically. Think about if you're going to be a researcher. You're probably going to want to be the best researcher in the world. Johns Hopkins, Yale, Harvard. And so how do we get to the point where we can get our everything that we do up to par? So what I'm going to do real quick, and again, I need everybody to please hit the share button. Do me this favor. It's absolutely free. Hit that like button. I'm going to go over the comments real quick, and then I'm going to bring Brother James in. Hey, bro, Neg Maron from New York City. I hope I said that right. Peace and blessings. Go over it real quick. AI view. Okay, that's an ad. All right. Think we almost done already. Not too many people speaking right now. I believe that's an ad. Okay, the bots are in the building. The bots in the building with the ads. Peace and power. Peace to Dr. Daw. Dennis Asar Winker. What's up, good doc? Okay. Brother Cliff. Peace and blessings, Brother Cliff. This is an important one, so jump on in. Uh-oh. Brother Bill, you wrote an essay here, but I got you covered. Hold on real quick. I'm going to get you back out there in a minute, Brother Bill, because that was a little long. I think I got you. Oh, wow. All right. So Brother Bill got something huge here. Let's see if we can pull it up. Oh, wow. This is huge, Brother Bill. So what I'm going to do is read it. Of course, as a whole, the public education system has failed Black children. There will always be a few to climb higher regardless. But for the majority, it has failed. And it is meant to fail. Of course, Black politicians should be criticized and called out. We need to know how to call them out. And yes, as for me, I'm going to support a Black person before I support another race. Race first. Especially when the other person is no better. Not voting does not help us because in the end, we will still have someone to hold office until we recreate another system that will work better and until this country is ready to rise and fulfill the promise of the Declaration of Independence when it states, when the government works not in the interest of the people, it is our duty and our obligation to overthrow the government and create one that will benefit the masses. To be clear, this is not just an overthrow by Blacks. It is an overthrow by those who are not satisfied. Thank you, Brother Bill. Let me get this back up to red. There we go. Greetings, Sister B. Sharice Moore. Peace and blessings. Brother Cliff, the 20% number is bad, but even the 49% number indicates that less than half of even white students are considered proficient. Yes, Brother Cliff, that is true. I was going to speak on that. It seems that not only is this system failing our children, it's not doing so well for others. That is true, but it's really killing us. Peace and blessings. Shout out to Brother Corey Mormon. What's up, my good brother? We got to link up. Brother Cliff, again, the U.S. has such a technological, I'm sorry, Brother Cliff, I don't got my glasses on. Technological, I think that's what you wrote. Advantage, that's probably it. Has everyone else resources, advantage, has everyone else's resources and has access to this media, libraries, bookstores, and thousands. Yes. Okay, that's a bot. Technology is part of the problem, and we're going to bring in a brother to talk about that. Brother Bill, one solution is that the CEO of public school systems should get raises based upon performance, a base pay that should be at the entry level, and the success of the schools. Yes, they should be getting paid by the way the school system is. None of the above. Uh-oh, Brother Keith. Let me know if you want the link. And I'm going to pause right here after this one more. Brother Bill wrote a lot there. All right, let's see. In schools, the majority of teachers need to be Black as well. Yes, they do. So I'm going to read it from here. In the schools, the majority of the teachers need to be Black as well as the administration. It may have to be the requirement for a parent to have a certain number of hours of participation. It would be good for students at some point to introduce the progressive organization and have to give a certain amount of time with the organizations. There's much to be done before any of it could be done. We have to be able to control the leadership, political leadership, and make them do the right thing. Yes, Brother Bill. Let me see. All right, always we at the end. B. Sharice Moore, I agree with Brother Cliff. My son will be in the 4th grade next year. I cannot tell you how often I've seen tests that lack validity and reliability, which are key when gathering data. This is true as well. And Ronald Reed, I think you in here, I'm not sure. Yo, the system has failed us for years. The politicians, the parents, and the teachers, they have all failed us. The children have failed themselves. I will say that when you're in the system creates a lot of this stuff. So, Brother James, you are up next. Hold tight, family. And I see you in the building as well. Reed and Malik, you are up right after Brother James. As you know how we do, let's play a quick ad, and then I'm going to bring Brother James in. This is real quick. I got to pay the bills, y'all. I got to pay the bills.
We've been told that our vote matters, but a question remains. Has it consistently delivered the results our communities have been seeking? Many believe the time has come to build independent political power, to organize, to participate, and to pursue a different path. The Newsom Party says it's time to put Black communities first. The choice has always belonged to us. Our vote, our voice, our future. The Newsom Party. The next chapter begins with the people.
All right, family, that's the Newsom Party. The Newsom Party. Go to the newsomparty.com. That is a Black-owned political party. So as the conversation start, these type of conversations, and we start complaining about, you know, who is who and what is what, let's also look at the fact that we need to get our own political strategy. Politics is the key. And so let's talk about that. We'll be talking to Brother Keith Scott about that, and some other later shows. So I want to bring in my good brother, Brother James. What's up with you, good brother?
Brother Everett, what's up, man? I
Peace and
appreciate you
blessings.
having me on, bro.
Man, blessings. Thank you for coming on. So I know you're doing a lot in the education system. I'm not sure, but before you go in on what you're doing, just give me a little input on what you thought about them stats, not just from Baltimore or Maryland, but globally. I mean, across the country.
Just hearing all of them it took me back to that quote that a system can't protect those it was never designed. A system cannot fail those it was never designed to protect. Like those stats scream that, Brother Everett. You know, when we think about Black children in the educational system, you know, from the time that they enter these school systems until the time that they graduate, Black children seem to be the only group of children in the world where everybody else is taught to work together based on their racial interests. Black children are educated to be colorblind and omniscient and to compromise their racial interests. So when you have that as the foundation of a Black education in this educational system that we're speaking of, they bound to fail. And going back to that quote, those statistics are supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be a big gap between how white children perform versus how Black children are performing. It also indicates what goes on in the home, because, you know, as you and I know, Brother Everett, as Garveyites, you know, education starts in the home. And, you know, we take a far less serious approach to the education of our children at home than other groups do. And then when they get to the school, we expect all these magic tricks to happen and for them to perform proficiently on these standardized tests, make these high grades and be qualified, and they're not. And that's because it doesn't start at home. A lot of our culture, Brother Everett, is not serious about education. A lot of the culture that we've adopted today is not serious about education. Education starts at home first. We can talk about stats all night long, but if it isn't reflective in the home, Brother Everett, it won't matter what goes on in the school. You know what I do? Right now, Brother Everett, if we went into every Black child's room at their home, I promise you, less than 75% have a bookshelf. You see what I'm saying? Just reading alone, that serious approach to reading alone has to take place early. We don't. It's not that we're not capable, but we're not serious about it. Our conversations with our children are not centered around literature and thought and nation building and progression. There are things that our conversations with our children are about. I'm a sports guy too, but they're about sports. They're about entertainment. And then when these children aspire, you sending children into these schools who are aspiring to be the things that contradict what they talk about at home is unrealistic, brother Everett. So that's my thoughts, so to speak, on,
But
just
hold
on the
on real quick.
statistics.
Brother
Mhm.
Oz Bryant, the third President General of the UNIA, says race first. Race first, brother.
Race
Brother
first.
Asta, you feel free to come in here. And for those that don't know you as a young man to speak in all of this power and education, well said. Tell the people who you are. I forgot to have you introduce yourself.
That's what's up, man. So my name is James Wilson. I'm originally from Nashville, Tennessee. You all can see the hat. I'm always repping my HBCU, TSU, the real TSU. But I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. I'm a father. I have a nonprofit. I publish and write books. But my greatest accomplishment is my commitment to the race. And one thing that I did, like brother Everett, I've written several children's books that are African centered. And that's just my scratching the surface of trying to make sure that our children have material that fortify themselves as African people and help them envision the world in a way that functions in the best interest of African people. So that's just a little bit about me. I'm not real good at introducing myself because there's so much I can say. So you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just bless you on and let people know. You are a member of the Atlanta Division 421 division, correct? Of the UNIA.
Yes, sir. So I'm the youth coordinator of UNIA Division 421 in Atlanta, Georgia.
My man. Now go into it a little bit about some of the books you've written. Well, wait, let me go back. Are you gonna be able to come to convention?
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming.
You coming for sure?
I'm coming for sure, and I'd like to share a few words when I get there.
Yes, I got you. And also bring them books.
Of course, those books.
All
That's
right.
part of my identity, brother.
I know, but I got to put the plug because I meant to ask you that earlier when you hit me up. Talk about the books that I'm talking. Let them know of the books we talking about.
Yes, sir. So my first book that I wrote is called "Teach Me About Garvey." That's a brief highlight to some of the achievements and vision of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Brother Everett, I wrote that book because when I was coming up in school, I didn't learn about Marcus Garvey, and I didn't learn about Marcus Garvey until I was about probably the end of my second year in college. And once I learned about Marcus Garvey, I thought that he was made up. I thought it was a lot of embellishing going on because I thought surely my tenure in public school education wouldn't have kept a figure like that, a figure of such prominence away from me. So when I started doing my research and learned what Mr. Garvey was trying to do and how to reattach our minds back to Africa and helping us finding self-love and finding value in being an African person, and then demonstrating, not just finding the self-love, but demonstrating that African people are just as capable, if not more capable than any other group of people, putting ships on the water, being able to establish educational institutions, being able to establish chains of commerce and businesses, all the different things that ensure the survival of a people. I had to make sure that I put together a piece of literature for our Black children to have so they could understand a lot of things that we could accomplish. So that was my first book. My second book was on the red, black, and green colors. It's called Red, Black, and Green, Tell Me What It Means. That's just a poetic ode to the red, black, and green colors that Mr. Garvey gave us in 1920. So I came up with that book. And what that book does, it just kind of gives us more Black children a realistic reattachment back to Africa, like I stated about Mr. Garvey. I wanted to help Black children conceptualize and visualize their connection to Africa, African people, and just the entire geography, the physical geography of Africa, and how that's their obligation, no matter where they are in the world. And my third book that I wrote was Teach Me About Malcolm. And this is a book that highlights the life and times of Malcolm X in poetic fashion, Brother Everett, but it kind of covers Malcolm more so from that Garveyite perspective. Still very accurate, but it's that part of Malcolm that they like to kind of leave in the back, leave in the closet. And that part of Malcolm's transformation, I should say rather his return to his Garveyite roots, was probably his most important change that he made while he was able to walk this earth. And so we cover that and Teach Me About Malcolm. And I'm still writing more, but those are three books that every Black child from 2nd grade to 6th grade should have on their bookshelf. And again, I said on their bookshelf. If they got a gaming system, if they've got a tablet, if they've got a phone, they should have a bookshelf that's stocked and is used. And that type of apparatus needs to be filled with the type of literature that I produce. So I have that going on. And I also have a scholarship. I don't know if you want me to get in that yet.
Yes, yeah, hold tight.
Yeah,
Let me read
okay,
this quick
you.
chat from B. Sharice Moore. It isn't enough that teachers and admin are Black. There are countless Black people in the positions of power who uphold white supremacy. And that goes back onto the politicians and things like that, Brother Charles. Before we get into what you're doing real quick, and Brother Malik, I see you up next, and then I got you, Reed. First of all, for all those that don't know, again, convention, Baltimore. So if you're in the Baltimore area and you want your child to have these children's books, you got to get up with us now. These are UNIA children's books. Teach Me About the Red, Black, and Green. What is the one about Garvey entitled? Or is it Teach Me About Garvey?
Yeah, Teach Me About Garvey, Red, Black, and Green. Tell me what it means, and Teach Me About Malcolm.
And they're children's books. So you got to come. We're going to have Brother James set up. I'm sorry if I call you Charles. I coach a player named Charles
I heard
Wilson.
Charles. I was like, man,
it's a habit. It's a habit.
Right,
it's a habit. I coached Charles, and his father coached with me as well. So it was 2 Charles Wilsons, and then the singer Charlie Wilson. But I got you, Brother James. But Brother James is going to be here with those books. So definitely come through, and they're bringing some red, black, and green UNIA flags. Brother John, I need you. Don't forget me. So you don't have to get the one made from China. You can get the official UNIA one. Talk to us now before I let you go, because you're doing such a lot. Talk to us about the youth program. The Baltimore youth program, actually, we were doing youth stuff, but we actually got it more organized because of your concern that you addressed to the UNIA at HEC. And so now a lot of our organizations are not just doing things for the youth, they're making it more of a program. Talk about the youth program that you've established in Atlanta.
So what we're doing right now, I've started the Smile Africa Book Club. And what that book club does, it just kind of addresses the same type of concerns when it comes to the Black history and that African identity in Black children. So what we do is we're trying to make sure, right now I'm revamping it, but what we try to do is 2 Saturdays out of the month, we meet at different local libraries and we have a book for each session. And so we'll cover that book. We have activities centered around the book, and then, they're incentivized to read these books through prizes and recognition and so forth like that. So it's just our way of, it's our way of making literature important to them, but making it important by way of Black history, African history, things that enhance and incentivize, knowing that true African identity and so forth like that. And, we have a bibliography that we go down, and like I said, I'm revamping it. So come September, we should be back up and running. But that's what we're doing right now with the youth program in Atlanta.
Man, thank you so much, because we were like doing things for the youth, but now we've really gotten themes for it. We had the youth learning about Ma'at recently in Baltimore. They did meditation with the sound bowls from the Black Cross Nurses, which is possible. We did agricultural teaching where our agriculture coordinator got out with them and showed them how to plant seeds, and they planted their own plants. We do the hiking and so much more, including Team Rumble basketball. So now we're getting at more organized just because of what you spoke of. And shout out to Atlanta. Y'all doing a lot of work. For people that don't know, that's why I first joined the UNIA through the Atlanta division. Before I let you go, I know you're doing some powerful things. And I needed you to talk about this because as we're talking about education, which is ironic that you hit me the other day, talk about what's going on with the scholarship things you're doing for our young adults.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Brother President Everett. So I've started the Marcus Garvey African Centered Scholarship, and it's through my nonprofit, MAYCI Ltd, Macy. And so I started this scholarship, Brother Everett, to incentivize students at HBCUs to either major or minor in some form of African studies. And the reason I started this scholarship is because we're going to have Black professionals who have a foundational base in African. I'm outside, Brother Everett, my bad. Who have a foundational base in some form of African studies, Black studies. From our doctors to our teachers to our lawyers, every profession, even somebody who's in the business sector or somebody who's into politics, all of these different things, Brother Everett, our people have to be qualified by a foundational knowledge base that is rooted in African-centered material, an African-centered field of study. So that's for students who they might be majoring in pharmaceutical science. Get your minor in African studies. They might be majoring in history. Get your minor or double major in African studies. No matter what professional field you go into, they need that foundational base of understanding when it comes to African studies. So that's why I wanted to start that scholarship to incentivize them to take that type of field of study in college. That's why I got my. I'll probably say that's why I got my biggest boost. When it came to that. And that's in the African Studies Department at TSU, that's when I was introduced to Marcus Garvey. And so I understand the importance. It's always been there. And so, Brother Everett, you would be amazed. There's a lot of Black schools that don't even offer African studies.
Right.
Just as coursework. They don't even offer the coursework, let alone a minor or major. So if like Dr. Leonard Jeffrey said, we have to have this body of knowledge complementing our students as they go out into the world, into their different professional fields. So again, so that's why I started this scholarship. And to everybody who's listening, I'd like for everybody to go to MAYCI Ltd, MacyLTD.org. Click the scholarship tab. You can donate. What we're trying to do is
spell that again real quick, real slow, Brother Charles.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. I'm sorry, Brother James. See what I mean? I keep thinking. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep doing it. I'm glad you.
No, it's all good.
James Wilson. James Wilson.
Yeah. So M like Mary, A like apple, Y like yellow, C like Charlie, I like ice cream, L like lion, T like Thomas, D like Denver. MacyLTD.org. O-R-G. You can go there, click on the scholarship tab. I'm taking donations. We're trying to make sure that we're trying to raise $1,000 scholarships for at least 5
right on
students.
The screen?
That's it. You got it, brother.
And shout out to Queen Q Bake for your comment with the books, Red, Black, Green.
Shout out to Queen Q Bake. Shout out to her, man. But yeah, you go to that site and you can go there and donate. That way we can make sure come the 2027 school year, 2028, we're trying to award 5 students $1,000 scholarship. It doesn't matter which HBCU you go to, as long as you go to one that offers the field of study and you can demonstrate that you are majoring or minoring in that in that field of Black studies. We're offering the scholarship to you, and the metrics are on the site, the qualifications and everything. But this is just another step, Brother President Everett, that we have to take. We have to make sure that we're being the dictators in our youth reality and not mere participators. So that's something I wanted to undertake, and I want to get my global African family involved so that we can accomplish that and make sure that we have the qualified individuals who are meant to address our needs.
Brother James, I appreciate you so much, good brother, man. I got it up on the website, and what I'm going to do is try to show it throughout the night and remind everybody. And I'm, of course, going to clip your interview, so it's going to be powerful. Any last words of wisdom you want to drop with the people before you roll out?
Let's just make sure we're taking our children's future seriously. Like I said again, that's going to start at home. We have to make sure that our children are reading. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey said that we need to be reading 4 hours a day. I know you was talking about adults, but we have to make that a thing with our children. So let's make sure that over summer break, our children's brains are not turning to mush. They need to read. They need to read material about us, our history, our identity, our biological place of origin. But whatever it is, they need to make sure that they're reading so they can perform and be proficient in these classrooms.
Before you go, one thing that you did say, and then for those that don't know, it's in UNIA training. Where did about every child should have like a book, and you should have a book, bookshelf and things like that. Marcus Garvey said that we need to do that in our UNIA training.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yes, well, I appreciate you, Brother James. Oh, by the way, where can they get your books?
Oh, yeah, man. Look, I got to pay the rent. mrbookshelf.com. That's M like mama, R like Ruby, bookshelf.com. mrbookshelf.com. You can see all my books on there. And we're gonna have some merch coming soon. But yeah, mrbookshelf.com. You can go there, order my books directly from me. I sign every copy that's bought off my website. So, to anybody who like to sign a copy, make
right?
sure.
I got it right? mrbookshelf.com?
That's right. mrbookshelf.com. That's it.
Good.
Yep.
So
I signed every copy, and you can get them from there.
Yes, I got mine. I'm gonna get some more, and you coming, so don't forget to bring them books. Don't forget we gonna have it hot.
Got you.
Everybody, we got brother. I'm about to say it again. We got Brother James. We got Charles Wilson. I don't know where you at. Come hit your coach up. We got Brother James Wilson, a UNIA member from Atlanta, in charge of the youth division in Atlanta, and he has some powerful books. You can go to MrBookshelf.com, but if you're in Baltimore, he will be here with the books. You can get to meet these great people in the UNIA, man. I appreciate you, Brother James. I got to focus. I'm so used to saying Charles Wilson. Brother James Wilson, I appreciate you, man, and I'm sorry about messing your name up. I got to do better. But I love you, brother. I can't wait to see you in convention. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, love you, brother. Race first.
I love you too. Race first. That was our good brother, James Wilson. James Wilson, the good brother coming in. Brother Malik, you are up next. But this is what I'm telling you, the powerful work that the UNIA is doing. We're not playing. We are really about it under the leadership of the new president general that sits in the position that Marcus Garvey did, the Honorable Michael Duncan, the 10th successor to Marcus Garvey. The 11th President General. You will see him at convention. Before I bring in my next guest, Brother Malik, and then I'm going to pull you up, Reed. We got to pay the bills. I got a quick ad for you. We've been talking about, of course, global unity. There is no option. We must unify. We got to take care of our home first, but then we got to take care of everything else. My race is my family. Global unity.
Global unity or death. They told us we would never stand together. They divided us by politics, by labels, by fear. But every generation must make a choice. Remain divided or become one people. I don't seek violence, but I refuse to surrender. If they bring fear, I'll bring courage. One people, one purpose, one destiny. They can fight a man, but they cannot stop an idea whose time has come.
All right, family, we are talking global unity. We must unify. It's not a joke. If you're not with it, you're against it. Global unity or death. We got a powerful show for those that are just joining in. Please do me this favor.
Smash it now!
We are live on X, aka Twitter. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube, UNIA Rock Media. And of course, we are live on Real Truth and Power, all on YouTube. And of course, go to my Facebook, Everett Winchester. And don't click on the basketball player. That's my son. Brother Malik, you good?
Yes, sir. I'm good.
Hold on. Oh yeah, we got you good now. Good work. So, man, I'm glad you finally got in without me having to put you on speaker.
Yeah, man, it's good. I don't know if we crossed paths back in our UMS days, but I'm a proud alumni of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore.
That's right.
You know, so a lot of stuff you say, it's been brewing in me for years. Just to give you a little background, first of all praises to the Most High. I'm blessed. We both are to survive Baltimore. I'm very passionate. I'm a father. I'm like you. I don't play no games that come to my family.
That's right.
If I look at it from a singular lens, okay, if I just for my kids, yes, the system works, right? But that will be selfish, right? That will be self-centered. So yeah, I have faith in the Baltimore City Public Schools because my kids are excelling. But when I look at it from a global, it boils down to the overall breakdown of the community, the overall, like I say, it's mental health. I was blessed that I knew my father, he knew his father. So I had a lot of strong male figures in my life. My stepfather, even though we didn't always see eye to eye, my godfather, my uncles. Not everybody has that. So I think that the breakdown, it starts with the men. We the kings, we the protectors. And I think that, a lot of times we've been traumatized. I know I've been redundant about this on social media, but I think when you start dealing with the different layers of education. Now, some of you say, we want black teachers. Okay, I understand that, but let me give you just the short version of a story. I ran a PTA for my kids in the neighborhood school with my ex-wife neighborhood, Woodham Elementary. We had a black principal. Went to Morgan, went to HBCU, was part of a black sorority. She was horrible. The morale of the teachers, both black and white, was horrible. I'm running the PTA, advocating for her to get more money for education, better facilities. She was an egomaniac, right? I transferred my kids to Medfield Heights. White principal. They got a better education. And I think that if we're going to hold our politicians accountable, we first we have to hold ourselves accountable. Then we have to, once they got to Medfield, I could kind of relax a little bit because I saw they were being treated fair. The administration was professional. And so to me, as a whole, let's take it another. How many of us vote? And I know some of you may feel like we shouldn't vote. The system's not for us. But for what I learned, and I did this for a smaller time, I did a little bit of small amount of education activism when I was running the PTA. One of the things they taught us, you always tell them I vote and I pay my taxes, right? Because you have to participate in the system in order to change it and make it better, right? So when you look at the education system, I know Baltimore City Public Schools is very corrupt and is not necessarily based upon the institutionalized racism, right? It's based upon the politics, involved amongst our own. And before we can talk about the white man, we got to hold ourselves accountable. Like, I always keep it a buck on social media, whatever, consistently. For me, I'm making sure that my family's in order, That's why I'm not that active. I was in the community, but it was affecting my family. May or may not lead to my divorce. I don't know. I mean, we're cool now. I know I made a joke, about Black Planet, my ex-wife.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but see, the blessing is we cool, right? I ain't got nothing bad to say about her. We done made peace, and that's the answer to my prayers. We ain't gonna get back together, but I got a lot of respect for my ex-wife. She's an educator. I always tell the younger people, regardless of their skin color, I tell them, listen, not to get off topic, but if you have kids with a good woman. The reason why I say that, because my ex-wife values education, right? I wouldn't have had kids with her if she didn't. She's educated. She didn't go to HBCU. So I think that it starts in the home, and I think when the overall breakdown of the home, you had to participate in the system in order to initiate change. Because if you're on the outside looking in and you're not participating, then that really that's really the point. But yeah, I firmly believe in. I was a little fiery on Facebook because hold up now. I don't like when people dog Baltimore City Public Schools. I get offended. I'm like, hold up for a second.
Right.
It's getting better.
It's a lot of good and positivity. I'm with you because my wife and daughter work in the school system. I see the kids and we see the work they're doing. But then when you take a step back and you say, okay, well, where's the separation come from? And it's not actually the teachers really. It's the system. It's the system that's created for them to fail. Hold up real quick, Brother Malik, because I got an important question. You said something. I'm just going to catch up on the chats. Brother Cliff Coomba at Sister B. Cherise, and some of them may not even know it yet. Righty, and then she replies back at Brother Cliff, yes. Okay, and then she puts up the B. Cherise Moore, the red, black, and green. I appreciate you. Brother Cliff, putting the thumbs up in the Black Power fist. I just want to get caught up. Sister B. Cherise Moore, this is fantastic. I am an author of children's books as well. I would love to connect. Yes, drop your name up in the chat. Drop your info in the chat. Or contact me, better yet. Contact me. Connect with if you're on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, send me a message. I don't want you to put your information in the chat. I'll take that back. And she says, yes, you can share, Bro James' social media handles. I will do that in a minute. Brother James, text me your social media. Text me your social media. And Baba Ori says, Black Studies, definitely indisputable from kindergarten through PhD. Damn. He's saying we need to study our culture all the way up. Correct. Many so-called HBCUs don't push Black studies. Yeah, that is true. And they got to do better at that. But we got to demand them to. Yeah. Mia Mata, hold up real quick, Malik. Good evening. Hey, what's up, my queen? The Hamilton owner of Urban Reads Bookstore, Tia Hamilton, owner, has a literacy bus. Yes, shout out to Sister Tia in Baltimore. She has a literacy bus, and the name of it is the Black Star Line Literacy Bus. Shout out to her. We need to get her on one day. And she is bringing a fantastic work, and she's bringing young books to young Baltimore. Yes. And she's also getting books donated and sending them to the prison. Keith Scott, I'm going to get my books when you come to the conference. Yes. So we need them books, Brother James. And shout out to Mia Tasings. Good evening. Good evening. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Brother Malik, you said something that was very interesting. You said the political system in Baltimore City is corrupt. Why do you say that, good brother?
I mean, it is corrupt. I mean, if you just look on the surface, I was independent for a while. I was part of the Green Party, but now, I'm Democrat. I believe in participation, but they always say it's two birds. Was it two wings, one bird? Right. I've seen the progress. I honestly can say this mayor, and I'm not a patriot of any political party, but I see him being able to connect with the kids, right?
That is true.
That's important. Like, I'm telling you, I've seen it with my own eye. I can back it up. I know the last week the guy was saying he's a sellout. Nah, the guy's under line.
He's in the chat. I mean, he's in the room. He's in the back room.
No, but I'm telling you, as a father who has kids in the school system that benefit from the STEM programs, right? You talk about Medfield. Okay, Medfield got renovated. Now, let me give you a little backstory on why the schools, they started improving schools. Mm-hmm. I came in at the tail end. A lot of the parents, not just Black parents, but white parents, right, coordinated with the ACLU. They put pressure on the politicians. 10 years ago, with Dr. Sandalisa, I went down to City Hall when Hope was president, and we protested. I spoke there, right, with the PTA. So part of the reason why you see a lot of these schools being rebuilt is because of the parents. that work with the ACLU to put pressure on the powers that be. So as a parent, as a father that walked through the halls of Patterson, we all know Patterson's reputation, that literally saw his son making the honor roll for up to that point, 3 quarters. If you sit up and say the Baltimore City's public schools are failing our kids, you got to be able to prove without reasonable doubt. If you say the facilities were bad in the school system, well, that's the reason why they're rebuilding a lot of the schools. So I'm not basing it on I'm passionate, but I'm proud to say this headed in the right direction. But yes, the system, yes, of course they're corrupt. I like to focus on the positivity. I like to focus on the progress, but I'm not blind to that. I think that so far Brandon is doing a good job. He can connect. When I lived in the city, I live in the county now, I vote for him because I figure he can connect with the kids better than I can. And part of the reason why they say, quote unquote, the crime's going down is because they upgrading the recreation centers. The school system, they're rebuilding a lot of the schools. So I think you should hold them accountable, but just make sure, number one, you vote. Don't not vote and try to hold them accountable. Because what is it, like 70% of the people that vote? Well, how many of them are black vote? And second to that, how many of black men vote? Even if you don't, you vote for whoever you want to. So I'm a firm believer in voting. There's some, which I won't mention any names, some black, not you, but some other Marcus Garvey-ites that says you don't vote, it's not for us. And you could probably do a whole segment on that. I don't even want to go there for all that. I want to stay single and focused. But, before you can really hold a politician accountable, you got to start with unity with your nuclear family. That's what I'm working. That's why I'm not that active. And, I'm a life insurance agent, so my time is working on building this agency. So this is a good platform for me to vent about a lot of things that's been brewing for like my whole life. I mean, as a kid, I remember my mother's Black Panther. I probably wouldn't put that much pressure on my son, reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. But just to give you a little history, and correct me if I'm wrong, Malcolm X's father was a Marcus Garveyite.
And
if I'm correct, what made Marcus Garvey so influential is his influence. We're talking about with Selassie in Ethiopia. We're talking about with the Nation of Islam. So when you say he came back to his roots, that was more or less him coming back to Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey had influence on the Nation of Islam.
Yes. Right?
And we're blessed because we don't have to worry about a cross being burned out in front of our house because we're doing this, and that's the reason why they came at his father, because he was a minister, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
His mother was from the West Indies.
And she put him down with Garveyism, yeah.
Yeah, so, and if you look at it, I'm going to give you another twist, and I don't want to take, I can talk your head off. All right. For those that don't know, you and I share the same birthday.
Hold up. Have we ever met each other before this show?
We may have crossed paths in college, but
I can't remember. We both went to Eastern Shore together, right?
Yeah.
And we both had the same birthday.
Yeah.
What's really freaking me out is your shirt says King with a crown. That's crazy. Yo, this is crazy. We didn't plan this. This is crazy.
Make this up.
You can't make this up. I kid you not. You can't make this up. This is crazy.
But check this out, right? Marcus Garvey was born in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
Well, our birthday is Jamaica Independence Day.
Bingo. See what I'm saying? It's crazy, right? It's crazy. Before I go, just to correct you on one thing, in the UNIA study,
you'll be wrong.
No, you're correct. I believe you're correct. And somebody Google that. It's August the 6th, Jamaica Independence Day. I think you're right. It's something on August 6th. I think you're right. But just to let you know, if you have,
they bombed Japan on August 6th, but I don't like to claim that.
Yeah. We don't want to do that one. But just to let you know, for those that don't say, Marcus Garvey tells us we need to know all that's going on while we're in somebody else's society, so that we may ask for favors. So until we get our own land and we're governed like that, we need to use our resources to put pressure on these politicians. So we have to. Oh yeah, do that.
See, what I learned, and again, it's limited. I'm not a guy that's been out there. I don't want to toot my horn. Is that the Democrats will listen to you, because when I was active in the church. I was a part of Baltimore's United in Leadership Development. So a lot of these recreation centers, 20 years ago, people was pushing for that. So they will listen. The Republicans would just shun you. I mean, not to get too deep in politics, it's a dirty game. They are corrupt, but I try to stay optimistic because it helps me keep my peace of mind. So,
yes. But I appreciate you, Brother Malik. Thank you for calling. You know,
Thanks,
every week, just come on in whenever you see something you don't like, you know, speak your piece.
You know I ain't got no problem with that, bro.
He'll be on soon, so people they want to go at Brother Keith. But I thank you so much for joining at August 6th Rock. And convention, we got some free night events. We're going to show our documentary, 2 documentaries that Wednesday, August the 19th at Pikes Theater, the Black-owned movie theater in Pikesville. So you'll see the a lot of people saw it. We're going to re-show it for those that didn't see it. You're going to see, you know, about a UNIA Black-owned grocery store. We're trying to get it in every city with a UNIA division. We're going to have a documentary, a smaller one, the same night to talk about the work we're doing in the UNIA in Baltimore. The Thursday, we're at Next Phase Cafe. It's a free event. You just got to pay for your food. Come on out, listen to some conscious UNIA artists, drummers. We're going to have some poets there. That Friday.
Take me back to my childhood, man.
Yeah,
that 80s with my mother.
Conscious rap. You're going to love it. You're going to hear it. And on Friday, we're going to have a panel discussion at TNAT. And then we got a lot going on. So definitely link up with me. You know, they're free.
Oh, definitely. No doubt.
All right, good brother. Leo's Rock. I'll talk to you soon.
You know that, man. Come on, man.
Peace and blessings.
All right, blessings. Stay blessed.
All right. Who we got up next? Looks like Reed then Keith Scott. Let me get caught up on the chats real quick. Brother Shaka says, this is where our unity and organization must come from. We must build those who are truly working for us. We can only depend on ourselves, not the system, to give us anything. Organization and unity is number one. Yes, Brother Shaka. Sister Eartha, I told you who's the we. Like he said, we have to get us together to make an impact. We feel with the task of keeping the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys open, but we still have to, I think she said we failed with the task of keeping the Baltimore Collegiate School Boys for open, but we still have to change. Join us every Wednesday, 7 p.m. on Zoom. Yes, so it looks like the school is not going to be open, but I'm not going to say you failed, Sister Eartha. You did a lot of powerful work. Sister Eartha, that's who's getting an award. Did I say you were getting an award? Come hit that RBG Gala convention. Sister Eartha will be getting an award for appreciation for the work she's done. All systems in America is corrupt, not just the political system. Yes, Sister Eartha. But did I mention Sister Eartha went to Carver High? The best kept secret. Brother Bill, question is not according to the data that crime has gone down nationwide. Just asking. Question. I don't understand that, Brother Bill. Question is not according to the data that the crime has gone down nationwide. Just asking. Are you saying that you're questioning that as well, that data? Two wings of the same buzzard. The Dems are bad overall, even though the Republicans are worse. The political system is corrupt everywhere in the U.S. Well, I showed a small commercial from the Newsom party. Brother Keith will be on right after my man Reed, and he'll talk to y'all about that, a black-owned political party. Dr. Saar says, I have realized we take structural critiques personal. We also deflect and turn it back on the people. Uh-oh. Let me know what you're talking about, Doc. You're getting deep on me. I realize we take structural critiques personal. We also deflect and turn it back onto the people. We cast a defensive vote mostly, not so much to put our hero in, but to keep the villain out. Yes, we vote for the lesser of two evils. And if we're going to do that, we have to get something for our vote either way. Also, don't just vote, create an agenda. That's what I was just saying, Sister Eartha. Thank you. Hopefully a black agenda, and hold everyone that represents us, hold them up to that agenda. Yes. Instead of just voting, let's come up with some things we need to talk about that we want. A better education system for our people. An African-centered education system for our people. And if you're not going to put it in, we're not going to vote for you. There you go. Brother Cliff says, Black Power with the face. Sister Sharice. Sister B. Sharice Moore. It's important to remember that the Dems are extremely pro-police and pro-surveillance. Mayor Scott needs to be critiqued on his police budget, which increased by $20 million last year. Yes, and remember, we're not just talking about education. This is a two-topic show. Do our Black politicians need to be critiqued? Mama Kalolo, where you at? I was at an event Sunday, and she grabbed my arm and said, I need to get on that show. That daggone Keith Scott talking about the mayor and the governor. Let me get at him. So she was upset. Yes, is the data saying crime is down? Yes, the data is saying crime is down everywhere. That's interesting that you're saying that the data is saying that. I don't see it personally. I mean, if it is down, it still needs to be down by a lot more. As far as Baltimore City, I do know it's going down, but I also can say Baltimore County is going up. So are people getting moved out in certain areas? It's very interesting that we talk about that on another show. And she says the politicians aren't delicate flowers. They are public servants. Mayor Scott won't break if we hold his feet to the fire. I think you're saying Mayor Scott won't break unless we hold his feet to the fire. I agree. We have to hold him accountable. We talked about that last Friday. We have to hold them accountable. And Sister Eartha, the last one, I'm going to bring you in. Read, what type of crime are you talking about? Put that back in there. It might have been a typo. I'm lost, Sister Eartha. Read before I bring you in. We got global unity. We had the Newsom party. We got the convention coming up. If you want your UNIA books, Brother Charles has, I keep saying Charles, I coach Charles. Brother James Wilson has 3 books that are powerful. He's going to be at convention. I was just telling Brother Malik about the things at convention. Get at me now, especially for that gala. It's going to be sold out soon, but we got events all throughout the week, including going to DC. So if you're in Baltimore, you want to check out the UNIA exhibit by our Minister of Protocol down DC, you want to get on that bus. And hopefully it's not full. So get at me right now. But let me show an ad for the convention, then I'm bringing in Reed, and I see you, Brother Keith Scott.
History doesn't remember those who stood on the sidelines. History remembers those who organized. More than 100 years ago, Marcus Garvey inspired millions to believe that a people could rise through unity, organization, and self-determination. Today, that legacy returns to Baltimore, now for 6 unforgettable days. History, culture, education, and purpose come together. This is more than a convention. It is the continuation of a movement. Join President General Michael Duncan and Garveyites from around the world at the 68th UNIA ACL International Convention, August 18th through August 23rd, Baltimore, Maryland. One God, one aim, one destiny.
Tuesday, August 18th, meet and greet, Terra Cafe, 6:30 to 9. 2 documentaries at the Black owned by Mike Johnson. 2 Black documentaries. August 19th, Thursday, August 20th, we're at Next Phase. Meet Brother Abdullah in that powerful panel discussion. Friday, hosted by Dr. Dar Tinak. Saturday, the tour, Great Blacks and Wax, Everyone's Place. Our social club, a lunch at the Ab Bakery, the Billie Holiday statue where Marcus Garvey got married, the Wall of Respect. And at night, the Red, Black, and Green Gala Awards, Sister Eartha. Our social club, Black Man Unifying Black Man, Brother Mike, Brother Bill. And Saturday and Sunday, we going to DC. meet the DC division, as you can see. It's a Baltimore making history, baby. UNIA Baltimore. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes, that's an advertisement for the convention. Let's get it in, let's get it in. I'm going to bring on my next guest.
What's up, man? What's happening?
Don't come
All
in
right,
here.
look.
Don't.
Look. You know why I'm in the dark? Because you're going to hear the dark truth.
Oh,
Some
Lord.
of you on here, you got 23 people on here. I'm going to break it down simple for you. I'm going to keep it real for you. And everybody on here can relate to what I'm about to say to them because you're black and you know what I'm about to say is true. You probably just don't like the way I say it. But here we go. Let me break it down to you. Let's start with education. Let's start with the parents. What's the easiest way to hide something from a black person?
The easiest way to hide something. Oh, put it in a book.
Put it in a book. Because they'll never pick that book up and read it. You know why? Because most black parents today, you think about this. Most black parents will spend up to $5,000 on their children's prom. They'll have a truck that it can open, sideways and all this shit, a mega bus, all types of stuff. They'll buy them the best prom dress, suit, whatever, but won't spend $1 on education. Won't spend $1 on education. Now check this out. You and I grew up together.
Right.
You had a bookshelf. I had a bookshelf. I had a bookshelf because my parents had one.
That's right.
You go in some of these children's homes today, you don't see that. Pick up a book and read it. That's like speaking in a foreign language. Remember, we used to take books home.
Yeah, we had to.
Right. It's all about the parents, and it's all about how you set your child's mind state. If you got your child out there, oh boy, you got to wear the Jordans, you got to do this, the white kids' parents don't do that. They focus more on the education. That's why you'll have George Bush the first, second, and third as president, because they bestow that in their children. They stress the value, the importance of an education. The parents today don't do that. You see most of them in the clubs, or half of them just work so much. They work themselves to death. You know what I mean? They got the cars, they got that, but you can't invest in your children's education.
I remember. Well, let me ask you, with the books thing, is it because a lot of things are going digital? Like we had encyclopedias. You remember them? Now
I remember all that.
Now they don't need that. They got Chat GPT.
That too. But let me ask you a question. It used to also be educational commercials. Remember that? The educational commercials?
I'm just a bill. Remember that?
Right. Okay, that's not on them tablets. You don't see that on Facebook. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
The children today are slaves to computers and tablets. Pick up a book. Why should I pick up a book when I can go on my tablet? But they won't do that. The same way you can read out that book, you can read off that tablet. They're not going to do that.
And I'm going to tell you why. Hold up, Reed. Mia Maada says, as somebody that works in a community, as somebody that works in a community, I would agree probably that the data initially shows that the crime is down because we have a state attorney that has no tolerance policy. People are afraid to go to jail. Not the youth. But I see what you're saying.
Let me get to that real quick too. When you
hold your thought. I just want to get through the chats. Yes, Brother Cliff agrees with B. Sharice agrees with Brother Cliff, and I think Brother Frank Malik is agreeing with you. All right.
Agreeing with me?
Yes. I believe he said I agree when you were speaking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me get to the politicians. First of all, for all of y'all that's saying go out here and vote, I want you to hear this. I want you to think about this, what I'm about to say to you. A politician is just like somebody you got managing your money. They only managing it for themselves. So when you go out there and vote, check this out. When you go out there and vote and you think they're going to take you to the promised land, no, they're not. You know, it's easy for the mayor to say crime is down. But every day I look on Facebook, every day I look on the news, somebody gets shot. So that's like 30 bodies in 1 month, if not more. You call that down? If crime is down, why are businesses like the Sheraton, the Apple Store, you know, the Cheesecake, why are they all pulling out? The Inner Harbor looks like a ghost town. You know, the city is losing money, not making money, Mayor. I mean, let's be real about it. I mean, there was an incident that I heard about the mayor. He was coming down Pennsylvania Avenue. He seen some boys on the corner. Rather than get out and talk to them boys, he drove past them and he called the police on them.
No way. But you don't got facts for that. We can't say that.
I don't have facts, but I heard it. You know? Come on now. All the mayors we put in there, what have they done?
Let me hold up. Comment off of this. Brother Cliff Coomba. I hope I'm saying Coomba right, Brother Cliff. Mayors in D.C., Chicago, and Baltimore put funds toward community organizations, and that supposedly helped stop a lot of crime. But right-wingers want to arm police and create more draconian law instead. What's your thoughts on that?
Now, you know what would stop this crime?
Hold up, brother. Hold up. Don't tell me you voted for Trump, brother.
No, I ain't vote for no Trump. Like I told you, I'm in the dark because you're going to hear the dark truth. You're going to hear what you don't want to hear. You're going to hear what you want to say, but you can't say it because you're on the podcast. But I can. Now, you know what would stop this crime? Number one, first of all, what started all this crime is when they took away the rec centers. Remember how we had baseball leagues, football leagues, and all that? They took away all that.
They bringing them back though and fixing them up.
They bringing them back, but is it too late? They bringing them back, but ask yourself, is it too late? A lot of these children out here have seen the drug dealers with money or got into other shit, popping pills and all that. I mean, come on now. Are they going to get involved in that? A lot of them went to the streets. You know, and it's all because of the politicians. You cut the programs. It's like when you break
hold up. That you said something. Did they cut the programs? Because they're funding a lot of programs. You got to start saying, what are the programs doing? Who's really responsible?
Hey, can I ask you a question? I don't know if you remember this. I'm going to go back to the school system. Okay. Do you remember when over $97 million went missing out of the Baltimore City school system? And the state's attorney said every time he flipped the page, it went somewhere else. They locked up a few people down Florida, but they were scapegoats. You know, $97 million till this day, you don't know what happened to the money. You don't know what happened to that kind of money. That's money to kill somebody over. You don't know what happened to that money.
But why didn't we do anything about it?
Because the money went to them. You think they're going to put themselves in jail? Come on now, E. You know just like I know. A politician will tell you this, I'm going to take you to the promised land, all that. As soon as he get in that office, all he going to do is look out for himself. He going to act like he don't know you. The only thing you'll get out of helping a politician is probably a city job, and you got to call him back on that because he ain't going to automatically give it to you. They only ain't helping themselves.
Mia Tasing says, "Remember the World Book Encyclopedia." I can't even remember. I can't even remember them joints right now. Brother Cliff says,
because all of those things are obsolete.
Brother
they don't
Cliff
do that
says,
no more.
He says it's not always crime that brings a city down. What you say about that?
It's not crime. Excuse me? Brother Cliff. Right now, Brother Cliff. Listen to me, Brother Cliff. They about to have the fireworks down the harbor. Brother Cliff, we just had teen takeovers. Brother Cliff. Brother Cliff. Towson Town look like Mondawmin Mall, and White Moss Mall about to look the same way. Brother Cliff, what are you talking about? Brother Cliff, what are you talking about?
You're welcome to come on, Brother Cliff. Brother Bill Gooden says if you don't vote,
you don't vote.
Hold up. Do they still manage your money? I am not boasting the politicians, but I'm just asking a question. So if you don't vote, do they still manage your money?
If you don't vote, it don't make a difference anyway, because they still gonna get in, and yes, they managing your money. So they gonna manage it whether you vote or not. Okay, I got one for you. Elijah Cummings gave a job fair every year at the 5th Regiment Army. How many people you know got jobs out of that?
You remember that?
How many people
then?
you know? Huh?
I don't remember. I didn't.
He right. And when I went to it, it wasn't no jobs where, you know, this warehouse, that warehouse. You had to have degrees and everything else. Now, let's keep it real. We talked about education. How many of these people in here got degrees that can go up to that job fair and got some? Not too many. Because they either had records or they didn't have a degree. The job fair was useless. Everybody I know for the past 10 years or whatever long they had it never got a job up out of there. And ask anybody on this podcast, did they get a job at Elijah Cummings job fair? All that did was promote his name.
Hold on. B. Sharice Moore comment on this. She said, we're in the late stage of capitalism. Businesses are closing in record numbers across the country.
Yeah, businesses are closing, but malls weren't closing until those kids started running up in there, stealing out of their businesses, taking it over. Come on now, keep it real. Keep it. Towson Town about to look like Mondawmin Mall, and so is White Marsh.
Why you gotta be down in the black mall, brother?
Excuse me, brother. The black mall was down by black people, brother. It was tore down by black people, brother. You know, I love my black people, but I can't defend them on certain things, my brother. If you gonna sit up here and just defend them because we all black, well, I'm saying, are you gonna just defend them because we all black, brother? Or you gonna tell? All right.
Never that.
All right.
Brother,
it was not one white man that ran in any of them stores and grabbed something.
You won one tonight, ain't you? What you had? You drank just some coffee? Hold up.
I ain't drank nothing, bro. I told you I'm in the dark because you gonna hear the dark truth. You gonna hear what you don't want to hear. You gonna hear it right. And everybody on this podcast can agree with me.
Hold on. Brother Frank Malik 2010 says the Rex are coming back. It's never too late. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, they're coming back. But how you gonna get them there? They're coming back. Yes, they're coming back. But hey, brother, they should have never left. Why you take them out the black community? You went out there in the white community, they still had that recreation. They still had that baseball stuff. Why the blacks lose theirs? Why our pools get shut down? Why it didn't happen out in the county? Stuff that happened in the city don't happen in the county. You know, I went to a high school one time. I was delivering voting machines. And it was like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Delivering voting machines.
I was delivering voting machines. Listen to me. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. So I see these kids outside. And then I see some jogging around the track. So I said, shouldn't y'all be in class? They said, in class? This is our free time. We get free time. I said, what? This was out Hunt Valley. I said, free time? I said to myself, what in the world is that? They say they get an hour to go outside and study or work out. And then they go back to class. Now, could you imagine if
private schools? That's in private schools.
Now, could you imagine if they did that in Baltimore City? What would happen? What would happen? Yes, thank you.
Hold on. Brother Shaka Barak says organization and unity is the key to black liberation worldwide. We must unite and organize with the African people of our communities. We must unite. Hold on. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Brother Dr. Dahl, those tracks been gone since I was a child. I missed something. What tracks he talking about? Those tracks been gone since I was a child. Put that in the comment, Dr. Daw. You know what he's talking about? You probably said something to that. Uh-oh. Yes, Brother Cliff says, yes, bring back the rec centers and libraries. They've been closing for several decades. Support community and violence interrupter organizations. Support survival programs in the community. Sister Mia Tasing says the internet has ruined Brick.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, the internet.
I agree 100% on that.
Is a blessing and it's definitely a curse. Kwame Ture, this is Brother Shaka. Kwame Ture used to say, no organization, no unity, no right to speak. Organized people can do what they will. Organize in unity first. But then one thing we got to organize, especially when it comes to education, especially when it comes to the politics. Dr. Doyle saying those rec centers have been gone since he was a child. People ain't been reading when I was a child. People haven't been reading since he was a child. Our books were outdated due to funding, and we're lacking funding. These children ain't no more crazy.
You know, if that book is outdated, I'm not worried about that book being outdated. I'm worried about you picking that book up and reading it. If you can't read that book, how you gonna know it's outdated? You know what I'm saying? Start off with what you got.
Oh, Brother Cliff said, listen to him. He said it's not always crime that brings down the city. He didn't say crime doesn't bring down the city.
Okay. Well, what else? He has a point there too, because the political part that's bringing down the city, you're not going to know about that unless one of them get caught stealing. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm trying to read Sister Earth.
Right now, we got to deal with the crime because the political part is on their end. That's up for the FBI. That's to catch them.
I see you, Brother Keith.
Or another politician snitch on them.
Hold
That's how that works.
Sister Eartha says, I know 1,000 parents that have invested in their kid, and we have more educated Black people with degrees than ever. Most children are naturally smart. They don't see why they should read a book and get educated.
Well,
hold on. Let me finish. They see it as not giving us the example they're looking for. I think we need to pay attention to the youth who are showing us that they do need programs. Example, we don't need to build recreation. We don't need to build recreation centers when children can just go outside and play. Most children don't come out because the men who don't need to read a book, but to need to come out and make the city, which is a village safe. I think she's saying most men don't. The kids don't come out because men aren't making the village safe. Black men.
What is her name again?
Hold on, let me finish. She went to Carver, brother, where we went. Black men. There's no Black power unless there's Black men power. To solve most of our problems, Black men should be on the front line to their solutions. So she's saying you ain't out there doing nothing, brother. That's what she's saying. You got a lot of talk.
Okay, first of all, Sister Irma, check this out. Check this out. First of all, check this out. Let's get to the youth. First of all, you talking about the youth being out there. First of all, back in the day when we hung out there, your parent, if you wanted somebody to come over your house and play your video game, that was like a privilege. You feel me? That was a privilege. Nowadays, parents want you to stay in the house.
Is it because it's so crazy? Hold up. Is it because it's so crazy outside?
Because it's so crazy. Now, Sister Eartha, you said you know you say you know people that invested in their children's education. Okay, like I said, look what happens when you invest in it. Now, you say you know hundreds of people. I know millions that don't. And you see it every day. You know a handful. You're like a 2%. And in this world today, that don't matter because this youth is so messed up. It's a damn shame. Social media. Internet, all of that has messed up the child's mind. I mean, come on, E. When
Yo,
you went to a mall, when you went to a mall, what did you go to a mall for?
I'm married, that, so I'm not gonna even.
All right, then. Did you go up there to loot the mall and steal?
No,
Did you go up there and Right, you went up there to have a good time.
I used to work at Mondawmin Mall, Rockertown, in Western
Right.
Rockertown. Shout out to that.
Right.
Brother
Right.
Bill
What
Gooden
is going
says.
on today?
Brother Bill Gooden says, okay, offer some solutions that you see. Since you got, what do you see? Offer some solutions.
Okay. It starts at home. Before you can put them out there on the street, you have to educate them at home.
That is true.
That's the solution right there. Because you and I both know the way our parents were, we would never act like this. That's the solution right there. Forget all the rec centers.
Well, hold
because
on.
If you got a well-mannered child.
I got to question you on this, though. We all got in trouble. This is true. But you know, we grew up with some people that ain't coming home no time soon. They not in a educational system. So their parents, what was the difference between me and you and them?
Well, as a parent, you were taught you have options in life, to make the right choices. As a child, you know we always like to test the waters, and some of them tested it too much.
Well, hold up. Let me go back. You said the home, but what's a parent supposed to do? Because this is, you gotta remember.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When your child was born, you had the option of teaching your child. You have the option of being in your child's education, all that. You did all that.
Yeah.
Is your children out here robbing people on the street?
No, but
Is your children out here shooting people? Okay, no. The ones that did. Okay.
Hold up.
Parents were.
How many people can you say, man, they locked up that we grew up with selling drugs?
Okay, I'm about to name them.
Hold up, that had good parents.
Okay, let me think. Let me be honest with you. The ones I know that's locked up, they had working parents. I ain't gonna say good parents. A good parents, you are in your child's education, you are in your child's life. They had working parents. It's a difference. Your parents go to work, but they're not into your education. They pay the bills. They put food on the table. They buy clothes, but they're not in your education. What are they teaching you as a parent? They don't have time because they're working.
Brother Frank Malik, Brother Keith, I'm about to bring you in with us, Brother Keith. Brother Keith, Brother Frank Malik says people are ordering online. I believe he might be talking about the books. Hold up. B. Sharice Moore across the country, sir. She's talking about what she said before, but across the country. I forgot the statement, but I think she said malls across the country are closing. Malls across the country are closing.
Because it's teen takeovers across the country. How about that?
B. Sharice says, no, you don't love black people if you're blaming black folks for the decline of the U.S. economy. Are you saying that you're blaming black
people? Let me ask you a question. When you turn on the news, what do you see?
Well, I
ain't got to blame them. I don't have to blame them.
Let me ask you this.
You blame yourself.
Hold up. Let me ask you this.
Ask me.
North Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue, is that an open drug market?
Yes, it is. I live right down the street from it.
Lexington Market. Hold on, brother.
Hold on, I'm going to say this, and then you can go right here with it. Didn't we just have a mass OD up there? Then a week later, they did it again?
Yes.
Didn't we? Did we
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Is there an open drug market in Lexington Market?
Yes.
Is there an open drug market in Columbia, Maryland?
No.
Well, why are there open drug markets in the black communities
because
of Baltimore
those people
City?
Up there take care of their community.
No. Go back. Hold on. We got a black mayor. We got a black. Hold on. We got a black mayor. Hold up. We got a black mayor. We got a black governor.
idiot.
Wait though. This is all across the country. I just don't want you to blame black people for putting drugs in their community. And because it's not in the white community. And in fact, hold on. You're a man of the streets. White people come to the black communities to buy drugs, don't they?
Why they don't come to the white community? Because they not selling it in their community.
Why not? Because it's systematic.
Because
it's systematic.
The blacks are selling it to each other.
Yes.
Why they don't go to the white community?
White people sell it to each other too. But no, you're missing the point. Why don't they have open drug markets in those communities?
Because those communities stick together. Those communities are homeowners, and then 9 to 10 is the time. You feel what I'm saying?
So you don't think it's systematic? You don't think it's systematic?
Let me ask you a question.
Hold up. You saw the drug.
I'm about to answer that question.
All right,
I'm about to answer that question. You can answer it for yourself. Here it is. Check this out. If I drop off 100 keys of coke on your doorstep, what you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? All right then, but you do that in the city, what they gonna do with it? They gonna sell it. Just because the white man, just because the white man is bringing drugs into this community, who say we gotta use them? Who say we gotta use them? Just because the white man offers us drugs to sell, who say we gotta sell them? You know, a lot of them.
So hold on. So you saying white people don't sell drugs?
They sell them to us.
They sell them to themselves too, brother.
Okay, name one major white. Okay, that might be true, E. But check this out.
You know about the busing when you asked me.
Ready? Okay, check this out. If that's the case, okay, they damn sure ain't bringing their community down like we are. They damn sure ain't bringing their community down. They damn sure ain't got a liquor store on every corner. You know what I'm saying? They damn sure ain't out there killing each other.
Shaka Barak says, you have a black mall. The black man of Baltimore was organized enough to create a mall. They broke our unity, and so we failed. Unity and organization. I think you did say kind of that we're not unified in some of these things. But you can't, but listen to what I'm saying. You have to be mindful. We have to be mindful that what you said is something different. I'm educated. I'm in a better living condition. If I was uneducated, I said it earlier, uneducated people do uneducated things. And I don't have the resources. And I could take this to feed my family. You have to understand that's where the systematic comes from, Reed. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes the things that we do hurt, but we are oppressed people in this system. And so we have to understand that as well. There's a reason why Baltimore County isn't as crazy as Baltimore City, but there's also a reason why in every black community you go, they allow these drugs to enter and they're not going to have it. We don't even know how to speak up on those things. It's like you say, you live right around Pennsylvania and North, an open drug market. But what are the people saying about it? What are their conditions? Do they even know to fight?
You know why they ain't saying nothing? You know why they not saying nothing? Because half of them on it too. That's why they ain't saying nothing. Half of them selling it too. Then the other half is scared to say something because they're scared of retaliation from the drug dealer. That's why.
Hold on, I'm going to bring you in once. I see you in the building, Dr. Dahl. People did vote and didn't hold politicians accountable. Yes. And that goes to it. We got to hold the politicians accountable.
Every 4 years we vote, E, and it's the same old story. They've been held accountable for years.
Dr. Dahl's talking about the fact that it's structural and not just the kids or the parents. I agree we need to hold each other accountable, but much of what he's saying is the symptom, not the cause. Correct. That's what he'd be saying. It's the symptom. I'm going to have to bring the doc in here too. Hold on, Brother Keith. I'm going to pull you in real quick. Stay tuned, Doc. Blaming black youth for the decline of Towson Town Center is nasty work. B. Sharice Moore giving you the blues, brother.
It's the truth. Wait, hold on. Who you want to blame? Show me 100 white kids running through that mall snatching stuff. Show me 100 white kids up there robbing people, beating people up. Who you want to blame? Stop taking up for the black youth and hold the black youth accountable.
Oh, Dr. Dawg was talking about the rec centers. Dr. Dawg, I got
They
about to
bringing
bring him
them
into
back.
the internet ruined brick and mortar shops. It's all about design. The Inner Harbor is going to be a bustling thoroughfare of residential spaces and green spaces in about 5 to 6 years. They are just trying to clear out all of the suckers. Question, Miyamata, are all the suckers us? Because are we even down there? Maybe that's it. Because they're moving us
We
out.
ain't down there.
Hold on, Reed, and then I'm going to get you to close out because you on one tonight and all the... Okay, I got that one. Uh-oh. Shaka Barack. This brother's from Chicago, by the way. Shaka, brother Shaka, are you going to make it to convention? I know it's going to be hard for you. The crack epidemic...
I'm going to go to that convention.
It's in Baltimore. We got free events all night. You need to pay your UNI.
You got to let me know, because I'll be there.
The crack epidemic took a toll on us. It slowed us down, but will not stop us. We must make being intelligent again fashionable again. We must create positive action in our communities. I'm not going to bring up your past, brother, but you was out there too, so you can't say we escaped all of this. We all dipped and dabbed at some point and knew better. And we knew better. We knew better.
Let me ask you a question. Today's youth know about the crack epidemic, right? Mm-hmm. They know about the heroin epidemic, right?
Right.
So why are they popping pills?
Where their parents at to educate them.
Right.
Hold up, brother. Are you out on the street? Are you out on the street educating from your past eras, brother? Or are you just complaining?
I talk to the youth all the time. Talk to the youth all the time. But these young kids out here been born in 1991 or 2006 think they know more than you.
All right. I'm going to get you to close out because I got 2 more guests, and I'm going to put you on the spotlight, too. I'm about to put you on the spotlight. Give your closing statement.
Put me on that, bro, because I told you. I'm in the dark because I'm going to give you the dark truth. I'm going to say what you won't say.
You ready?
I'm going to say what you want to hear. Right.
Close out on the topic. It's all you.
All right, y'all. It's me to Reed. I'm in the dark. I'm going to give you the dark truth. Check this out, y'all. If you want to change, that change starts at home. Educate your children. Get more in your child's life. Like I explained to Brother Everett, you have 2 types of parents. You have a working parent and you have a parent that's in his child's life. Be that parent that's in your child's life, because if you educate your child, well manage your child won't be out here doing stupid stuff. And with that, y'all, I'm out. Peace.
All right, Reed, man. You crazy as I don't know what. All right, Brother Keith. I'm going to get caught up on the chat real quick so I can be on point. I see you, Dr. Dawg. Hold tight. I might bring y'all in together.
Yes.
Are you ignoring the cracker? You have selective memory. Sister Eartha says, that's not true. I had people in my life that helped me go in the right direction. Yes, I stole from the mall. I don't know if you want to put that on the air. You might have a typo there about you stealing from the mall, Sister Eartha. Clarify that. Because we are messed up. Yes. We had some issues in our community, but we gotta listen. We have some issues in our community. But the best way to do that is to change the system that oppresses us. And we have to be accountable. Like, we can't just keep complaining about the issues without demanding stuff for a vote, without demanding better education system. You saw the stats. Uneducated people do uneducated things. Let's go back to what everything he was saying, and I wanted to let him go in for one reason. You're talking about people, statistically, that aren't doing well academically, and they don't know knowledge of self in their culture. You know, the most we read is from slavery on out in the school system, because they kind of want you to think all you were slaves, and you came here from Africa, and all you were was slaves, and you worked hard to be at this point. But they don't let us know that we were powerful kings and queens, and we built the pyramids, and the Bible and these stories are made up off of black people. You know, and the greatest scientists and the greatest doctors were black people. And we don't know these things. And so that's why we want people to vent and speak of how they feel, because my good brother Reed is coming from a place of pain. Brother Bill says, the news, is that where you look for the truth? That's a good question. Are you Uncle Ruckus? Uh-oh. She called you Uncle Ruckus, Reed. My God, yeah, you got the chat going in. But we have to understand, family, he's not the only one that feels this way. He's not the only one that feels this way. This is a brother from the street. Solutions. Understanding the effects of white supremacy on black communities, then moving forward with black youth and education in our communities accordingly. Thank you, Brother Ori, Baba Ori. And so this is what we have to do. You see, because sometimes a lot of shows, they want to all agree. Sometimes we want to all speak on the same level and give our solutions. But he's not the only one that thinks that way. And there's good people that think that way about the community, about us as a people, about how we're not doing enough, wanting us to be accountable for us. You know what I'm saying? So we have to look at both sides of it. And if you look from one scope, that's what you see if you don't understand the systematic part of it. But we have to be accountable, and we can't just keep blaming the system as well. We can't say, yo, it's systematic, they're putting drugs in our community, but yet the kids are still selling drugs. The question last week was, hold up, Brother Keith. I didn't say you said that.
No, I can't say that. I can say that. I agree.
Hold on, let me get this out, because this is going to be crazy tonight. You got Reed going in and now Keith going on. But I was going to say, because although the system messes us up or what have you, and we know the system's messed up, as our community of conscious community, I'll say that. I don't want to say Pan-African, I'll say conscious community of brothers that know what right from wrong. Are we out there? Are we doing the work to stop it? If the law ain't going to stop it, are we failing? What do you say about that, Q Scott?
We failing.
You said we're failing?
Yep.
Hold on real quick, and I'm going to get you going. We must create community organizations and stores. We must unite and have Africans patronize Africans. We must unite and let nothing get in our way. The system keeps drugs in our community. Yes. And I just want to get up. Brother Ori says, who's this guy? His name's Reed. Ronald Williams. He graduated from Carver High in 1991. And Sister Eartha says, in our community, because the black men allow it. Uh-oh. I'm driving. If you want me to example, bring me on. If not, try to make myself clear. He reads and lives down the street. Why again? He used that information, saw the problem. Get yourself clear, Sister Eartha. You can come on. Get yourself clear first. You can come on. And geez, he got the crack on, huh? I'm in Virginia now, looking forward to seeing you and meeting the brothers. We must bring positive organization and unity to neighborhoods. We're all victims now, and it's the time for unity. You living in Virginia now? Brother Shaka said, yeah, we got to see you at convention. If education stop at home, so does freedom. Do the same thing that we would do to your family for the village. We are so weak when it comes to making an impact, when we continue to talk about our problems and can't really show the impact of our solutions. What good is education if you're not solving the problems for our people? And I think, there you go. I'm going to read this last one. I'm caught up. We are still those warrior kings and queens. Aluda Continia, we must continue to struggle. That's our group together. We must continue to struggle for Pan-African unity and African solidarity worldwide. Africans must work and organize. Brother Keith, I'm going to bring you and Dr. Dahl on, but you up first, Brother Keith. What did you say about, I had cut you off for a minute, I apologize, because I wanted to get through the chat. you said you could blame or something?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't blame the system for everything that's the problem of black people. Yes, I can.
So you don't think black people have some accountability?
Accountability. Didn't your brother just had a quote? How do about the system is not designed for us, or how you expect us to succeed on it?
Mm-hmm.
I think the brother just the first the guy that you had up before, he did a quote about if
Brother
the
Malik.
system.
Brother Malik.
Yeah, he said like, the system's not designed for us. How can we expect anything more from it? I mean, the fact that we don't even listen to our own people here. Okay, you have a bunch of young kids run amok because see they know it's clear to them they don't have a future. Okay, it's clear to these young kids that the system is so messed up. Their future is not in their hands anymore. You can get an education. You go to school, and go and graduate from college, and you don't even work in the field that you went to school for, that you got educated for. I mean, we see it from generation to generations. The system has failed. I mean, no. Actually, if the system is working the way it's supposed to be working, we just not understand that it's not for us at all. Okay, I mean, you got these people talking about, oh, Baltimore City's getting schools, fixing brand new schools. When you look at any city that's going through gentrification, they start building the schools first because the white people come and they want better schools. This is the first sign of gentrification. The schools in the area is prepared for the white people who's coming in. The community centers is being wrecked because of the white people who's coming in.
It's funny you said that, and then I'm gonna give Dr. Dahl the veggie back off you so we can have a conversation tonight. Mahimi, I hope I pronounced that right, says, because you mentioned a lot of the white stats, but she says 7 out of 10 Baltimore school board members are black, brother. 7
Of
out
course.
of 10.
But they working for the system. I'm like, come on, you got a black mayor and mostly black people in the city council. You got a black controller, but what's the difference between Fells Point area and North Avenue area?
It's a big difference.
It's a big difference. Okay, if Mayor Scott was a white guy and the city council was all white, you would be saying, oh, these motherfuckers are racist because they discriminate against black people. Because you have a majority black politician based in Baltimore City, we just chuck it up as politics.
Dr. Dahl, hold that, brother Keith. The sucker are retailers like Target who ran out of a Target was at Mont-Darman? Jeez. Because they were robbing them blind. Whole time that area is being gentrified more than any part of Baltimore City. Dr. Dahl, you heard what Brother Keith Scott said. I don't know if he was listening to Brother Malik. You heard about my good brother Reed, who was very frustrated. And I'm not sure if you were on when I talked about the stats, the percentages and things of that nature, how we are so far behind from a testing standpoint. But just go in a little bit on what you think so far, where we at in this conversation.
Yeah, I was in and out because I was in transport. Peace and power to the family. Peace and power to you, brother Scott. Peace and power to let me give it to all my elders. Sister, all the ones that my debate partners, Sister Eartha, Baba Ori. All those, I love y'all. You know what I mean. So I appreciate y'all, and Sister Eartha. You kicking some facts. We're gonna have to talk about this black man thing, though. I think it's always problematic when we point fingers at one side of the equation and point the fingers at each other. Because what I've heard on the show so far, not that it wasn't holistic, because I've heard pushback, I heard all different directions. Is that again, as you started the show, my dear brother, President Everett Winchester, You said that it's not about we're not pointing the fingers at parents, we're not pointing the fingers at teachers, so on and so forth. But we can't. We struggle with not doing that.
Right.
So we have to find some way. We become so frustrated that we have to point the fingers at somebody, even the goddamn kids. And I've always said it. Like I've heard winos sit on the corner and say, "These little mother effers, they ain't getting no ass whippings, so that's why they acting out." But they on the corners. I'm saying I grew up. They talking about us. It's like I be trying to figure out where people my age and a little bit older, what world they live in. When I grew up, it was the crack epidemic, cleanly in it. They had winos on the corner, and people right before my age generation, they was doing heroin. So what I'm trying to figure out is what world what these people living in. You know, they act like them ass whippings really changed something. Them ass whippings ain't do nothing but make them go to. It helped a lot. You know, it helped a lot with some of the trauma they experienced. So what I'm trying to say is, we be thinking we scientists, and our causality be off and our correlation is off. And I think that also when I think about this idea of reading scores low, when the hell they been high? When the hell was we reading books? I'm trying to figure out. I mean, I like my man. I like his Baltimore love and everything. But when the hell was we reading?
I will say this, Dr. Daw. I will say this. Because we grew up in the 70s. So we had, I don't know, how old are you, Dr. Daw? You like in your 40s, right? So people before, like, we had the encyclopedias. We read. I thought we read.
I'm 40. I'm 47.
I thought we read back then, but I could be in a small minority.
Look again. Sketches, landscapes, all them daggone books in the classroom. Some people read and some people are reading today. But the reality is most of us are not reading. In fact, what I don't think was noticed on your statistics, if it was accurate, that at one point, I think it was the 8th grade or 12th grade, the reading scores was higher for the Black community. I don't know if that was a misquote of yours or not, but go back and look at that stat.
I gotta look at that.
You know what I mean? But also, what I want to say is, I mean,
it might have been a graduation rate or something.
Well, no, it wasn't a graduation rate.
It was the reading.
It was like one of the scores. I think it was reading.
Okay. And the 8th grade, you said?
8th or 12th, so one of the two.
Okay.
It was like it closed. It went. It didn't go the other direction, but Black people, per your stats, seem to surpass their white counterparts. And I think it was reading. Now, I'm not sure if that's an accurate stat or it was a misstatement or not, but nonetheless, it was pretty close. But what I'm saying is, we've been saying the same thing forever. When I was little, they was telling us we wasn't reading, bro. You ain't that much older than me. I mean, you just my big brother. That's all. I'm 47. I mean, my big brother, he was getting fussed. My big sister was getting fussed out by not reading her books. But what I'm trying to say is, how do you blame it on the goddamn children?
Right.
And then we have to also understand when people in certain communities and conditions, and then we got to understand we're not paying for tutoring. We trying to find out how to tutor. My brother was talking about the parents working. They working because they trying to survive. And then when they work so hard, they say, well, goddamn, I want to work hard and I want my baby to feel good. So I'm going to go get the stretch out, all out, whatever symptom to make them feel good and make me feel good. Because I work every day, 2-3 jobs, I'm going to get the Lambo. That's a symptom. That is not the problem. That's a symptom, not a problem. So again, we go back to this idea of we're excusing globalism, capitalism, technocracy. You know what I'm saying? We not really looking at this thing in a real. I understand frustration because I get frustrated with my people too. But again, if somebody asked the question, can we blame the system? Hell yeah. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna say hell yeah. Continue to blame the goddamn system because y'all believe in it. Until y'all stop believing in this MFing system, shut up. Because if you believe in the system and you say vote and do all this other stuff, I'm not saying not to vote. But what I am saying is, if you keep saying, go vote, go do this, and then you don't want to hold the damn people accountable or the system accountable that you believe in, I believe this is a democracy. democracy was what happened in 2 years ago, 3 years ago when the white people came into the Capitol or whatever. I'm tired, y'all. But what was it? And everybody kept stating it. Oh, this is a strike against our democracy. I kept saying, what democracy?
What
But
democracy?
again, yeah, we keep look. As long as you say vote, as long as you say vote, as long as you say vote, I'm going to continue to blame the system. As long as you say get out there.
Hold on, Doc. Oh Lord, I got Doc going in agreeing kind of with Keith Scott.
What's wrong with that?
They're gonna be killing me.
Hold up, first of all, brother Keith. 90 and
hold up, brother Keith Scott. You got me linked on by Mama Kalolo last week because he wanted to get on you. Hold up, me, him, I. That's what that is. That's Brother James. You know, Jay Rich, text me. I'll send you the link. Black superintendent. He's saying we have. And let me go back real quick just to make sure I'm caught up. Baba Ori said, "Peace to the doctor."
Peace, Baba Ori. What's what it is, man? Hey, I'm up here, y'all. I'm up here.
So many blacks can control the narrative. Start voting for black educators that will empower our children. So she's saying vote. Sister, I'm sorry, that's Brother James is saying vote. Sister Earth is laughing at you, Dr. Daw. And she says, again, he made my point. We can go outside and not depend on or recreate the system, I think she's saying. So she's saying don't recreate the system. Sister Earth is kind of saying that we gotta we gotta step up in that nature's black man. Hold up, Dr. Daw. Go in, Brother Keith, on what Dr. Daw was saying, because he says something about not voting.
I didn't say no. I didn't say that. I don't want black people coming for me. I don't want black people coming for me.
Elaborate on what you said. I didn't mean elaborate on what you said, so I say it right.
People to vote or not vote. But what I am saying is, as long as you say to continue to vote, I'm going to continue to hold every last one of them accountable. It's problematic. Okay. We vote people in. We say the less of evils, and then when they get in there, it's hands off. You can't critique these Negroes. And then you want some change. Something's wrong. There's something going on in our mind. There's a miseducation going on. There's a problem. It's like I voted Brandon Scott in, but I can't have a critique of him.
Oh Lord.
I'm not saying I'm trying to come. I'm not even critiquing him. I am making an analysis of what I hear that goes on in these spaces. I don't know enough about Brandon Scott to critique him. I tell you what I like about him. He got a little Baltimore love, and he do all this stuff. It's fun and make me feel good. He bring the club music out. He do all that. I like it. It's cultural. And he put the red, black, and green hat on. But do I trust that he's going to change the system within it? No. But as long as you tell me to vote for him, or my people should vote for him, I'm going to continue to hold every last one of them accountable.
Comment on that, Brother Keith Scott.
Well, see, it's a thing called, people love to use the word accountability. Okay, but
yes,
accountability don't mean nothing without the power to discipline. Okay, how can you hold anybody accountable if you can't whip that ass when they do wrong?
That's part of the accountability process, Brother Keith.
If you're not holding them accountable is saying, though, isn't holding them accountable saying, hold on, isn't holding them accountable saying, hey, brother, let's go back. Because you can't hold anybody accountable without an agenda. Did the people give Brandon Scott an agenda when he was last voted in?
No.
So how can we hold him accountable? Hold him accountable for what?
The whole point, it's like this. I'm Brandon Scott, right? And you ask me a question.
What's up with the education system, brother?
I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
You think Brandon Scott carrying it like that, brother?
But what you gonna do about it if he don't pay you no mind? Nothing. You gonna not vote for him?
Well, this your last term, brother. We voting you out.
It's not his last term. Keep telling you it's not his last term.
No, listen, no. I'm saying this your last term because we voting you out.
Oh, we put it away. I ran twice with Brandon Scott. Brandon did not go to any meetings, any kind of meetings that the public set for him. He didn't meet not one town meeting, nothing. He didn't go to none of these things that we went to. And he got elected. You know why he got elected? Because the Democratic Party supported him. The white
Right.
people supported him. And the Hispanic people supported him. Black people did not vote. Well, most people from Park Heights probably did, but nobody else. Okay, do the math. Go through go through the couple of elections. Take out the numbers in it. Black people do not vote. They don't. Because even most black people know the system sucks. The Republican and the Democratic Party is not for black people. See, we got a problem. We don't vote Republican. We don't vote Democrat. But if we don't vote at all, we're going to get the same thing the Republicans and Democrats have for us. This is why the purpose of the next party, the Freeman Party. Now you got a party that's for black first, the black people. We actually want black success. We have an agenda for black success in Baltimore City. Now we have a reparation program, education program. We got everything. Okay, you can have your education in school. Whatever, the kids can have trades, jobs, electrician, trade schools. We want this stuff. Okay, because these are our people. So I mean, you have an opportunity now to free yourself from the system. It's right here. I'm giving it to you right here. Free yourself from the system.
Oh Lord, it's about to be on and popping. Dr. Daw needs you on your best behavior. I need you on your best behavior.
I got a question.
We got somebody who wants to come on and talk to you, brothers.
Yeah.
We got somebody who wants to come on and talk to you, brothers.
Is ready to come on, but I got a question.
Yes.
I hear this thing, and it's always said, even in a city like Baltimore, and I'm not saying Brother Keith is saying this because I don't think he's saying this, but he's saying something that sounds similar to this, but something different, because he's complex. But what I'm saying is, how many, even in Baltimore City, we complain about black people not voting, but I don't remember the last time that the black candidate that you heard about didn't win. I don't know the last time it was a Republican mayor in Baltimore City. And most of the time when I hear Baltimore black people and black people in general talk in this country, we're looking to vote for the Democrats. So what I'm saying is, so even if we voted or not, most of us know that in Baltimore, the Democrats are going to win. Sometimes we get surprised. But overall, I think it's been probably since the 1960s, since there's been a Republican mayor, but we continue to talk about voting for the least of the evils. And where has that gotten? Baltimore.
Here.
Case example.
Here.
All right, but hold on, Sister Earthy. You was going in the chat. I know you was driving. I'm sorry I don't got my glasses on too.
Yeah,
So
I'm driving, so I'm gonna try to make it nice and sweet on some of the points that I was making.
Okay.
Again,
you can't
if
do
we
nothing
was
but
in the
be sweet,
wilderness,
Mama Eartha. You can't do nothing but be sweet. Ain't that right?
Is that what it is? If we had the mindset that we was in the jungle and just out in nature, the only thing that we would have to do is figure out how to stay alive, how to survive. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be worried about all of this stuff that we're talking about, reading books or whatever. Because what difference does it make if you can't even stay alive? And what I was saying, if I was thinking about, oh, wait a minute, how do I stay alive? One of the things that's a natural factor, if something comes after me, I can either have enough common sense with my sight, my smell, my hearing, or whatever. Say, oh, wait a minute, this is danger. Let me get out of the way. If danger came, someone that what might be stronger. That's why I kind of relate to the black man could take care of that and fight it off, kill it off, or whatever. So when I'm saying some of the things I'm saying, if we calm down and we say, okay, is it really, really the foundation that we should think? Can we survive? Can we survive this? Can you stay alive the next day to even do whatever it is in your mind that you think you can contribute to the land, the world, the society? So now let's move to some things. So now I'm alive and I'm ticking and nothing killed me. If I wanted to go out and say, hey, I don't want that little kid right there to be running crazy or whatever this young kid is doing. I can either go to his parents and say, hey, this is not how we're going to run, hold ourselves in this village or in this town. And then that's where we start, because what I didn't understand is we keep going back and forth. How do we get to where we got to? We knew that we had a real serious village concept. It wasn't just, oh, it starts at home. No, it starts with common sense that a lot of things that we were doing to stay alive is what we came as custom, is what we did to make ourselves powerful. So then when we move on, like I was telling the young man, don't tell me that there's drug people hanging on the corner if you ain't going up there and trying to resolve the issues. Or, guys, we have so many people who have created programs and doing things. We can pick up the phone and say, hey, guess what? I see this guy on the corner. He needs help. Guess what? I see this youth. He needs to be in your program, or maybe bring him with you when you go come to the UNI conference and all that sort of stuff. That's when I say, who is the we that we're talking about? Because if we don't really put that on ourselves and make sure that that is a solution that we're really going to bring to the table, we can have discussion all day. The political situation is that we do not know how to play the game. And when it started out, it didn't care whether you was a Democrat or Republicans, because all of them was white. They would, if you, whatever position they was taking, white people survived because they was Democratic, Republican, Independent. They just put us into the mix because we're just one of the tools that they can use if they're trying to win this game of who's going to be the president, who's going to be your mayor, who's going to be your governor. So they use us as a way to say, you guys don't know how to play the game. The game is based on an agenda. If Brandon Scott, whatever power that he has as the mayor, we knew what that was. All we would do is make sure that when we have an agenda and he opens his mouth, he's going to take that power that he have and create that solution that we talked about. We knew good and well that he could stop the closing of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, and everybody ran around it. We knew that the governor could. So what difference does it make if you put someone in a position, whether they're independent, whether they're Democrat or Republican, if, again, Black power is not being effective, especially Black men power. I had thousands of guys, thousands now, almost up to 1,000 men said that they did not think it was a good idea to close the Baltimore Collegiate School. I just wanted to see how powerful 1,000 of men would be to another Black man. So I send that off to Brandon and I send that off to the governor, and they ignored it. So that's why the theme that I'm going to put to myself is there is no Black power unless there's Black men power. I'm not targeting the Black men per se. I'm just targeting my mindset that says, if I was in my home and my husband was there and my brother was there, somebody attacked my house, I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not going to worry about this guy's going to get in there and kill me and whatever. But if I'm in my house and I got you guys in there and then y'all, well, why didn't you get the knife? Why didn't you get the gun? Because you're there. So that's why I be trying to make you guys understand my consciousness is, hey, if we could get all the Black men together and understand what is going to be the Black man agenda. So when I go out here and I'm looking at Baltimore City, because I'm out here at night, I'm not afraid, because when I come home, the kids on the corner say, you good, Miss Urfa? Okay, whatever. Lived in my neighborhood for 30 years. You know why? Because I told the guys on the corner, why would I be afraid? Stop saying, Miss Urban, you should be careful. Why would I be careful? Are you trying to kill me? They say, no, Miss Urban, we're not going to kill you. Okay, well, let me train you if nobody else trained you. As long as you're on that corner, I am never going to come home and be scared of nothing. I don't know whether you're selling drugs or whatever they're doing on the corner. And when I find the right black men that maybe can take that and put you in the right direction, that's why I said we should all invite them to UNIA or whatever we're doing. I try to invite them to everything I do because the connection that we do not have with our people is that they do not come to us for solutions and opportunity. Why? Because they don't want to be us. In order to have you really respect you and want to be in the philosophy that we're teaching, they will want to be us. And that's
Yeah.
the when you have control over the youth and making sure that when you stop a kid that was when those kids was running in the AFRAM, I stopped them. Hold on, what y'all running for? They like, oh, this guy. I said, wait a minute, nah, y'all scaring people, stop. And I stopped them. And everybody around me said, oh girl, you should be careful. Why I should be careful? The kids was just doing what they do because they're out in nature. You see what I'm saying? We got to get involved like that, guys. We got to say, I don't want them to think that the only way they can go is wait on recreation centers. We can build activities outside, Drew Hill Park, and people's neighborhood, kickball or whatever, like we did when I grew up. I didn't have no recreation center. We played in the neighborhood.
Hold up,
So that's
Sister
what they're
Eartha.
trying to do to us.
Hold
Okay, go
on
ahead.
real quick, Sister Eartha. By the way, my good brother Shaka Barak said he cannot wait to meet y'all. He's from Chicago. I said something about Virginia, but Shaka Barak is Chicago. Keith Scott, I saw your hand up. You wanted to respond to Sister Eartha? What you got going in the background, brother? Some strippers in there or something?
No. I'm just chilling. Check it out, right? I mean, with the power to do the things that's necessary for black people to succeed. Okay, the closing of that school. If it would, all that school was doing is benefiting black children. Okay, which the system don't want to see. This is why it's closed. Okay, Brandon Scott is part of the system. Westmore is part of the system. Of course, they don't want to see that success because the Democratic Party don't want it, or the white people don't want that success happening. This is why they had it closed.
But why didn't
Anything
we
that's
keep it open? The question I'm asking you is that I knew what they wanted. What I'm saying, why didn't we keep it open if that's what we want? Well, we have to be able to become more powerful than the people that's trying to destroy us. You can't say, well, they wanted to close and it closed. They're trying to show you that you're not strong enough. If you want it to be open, then it should be open. And what they showed us is that we got to get ourselves together. So when we say something, we're going to be able to do something. And that is what I'm saying. We should never have been able to let Brandon and them say, look, I'm closing it. That was only one school. That was the crazy part about the philosophy that I'm looking at. Suppose we had 300 of these young boys join We Are Us, 300 of these young boys being UNIA, 300 of the young boys, whatever those young boys can get involved in all the things that we do, that we did not look at it, that we could not defeat our enemy, which was Brandon Scott, anybody else that felt as though when we say something, you guys cannot do nothing about it. So I'm just saying this is an example. We still in appeal, guys. If we win the appeal July the 22nd, we're going to reopen the school. This time when we reopen the school, what we have to do, and I get this from Doc, is not point fingers, but let's point out how would we make a better platform of when we, not just Edwin, when we find initiatives for our children to be in that we feel is a good initiative, that we make sure that anybody else that don't think it's a good initiative, that we get rid of. We fight the fight. And we cannot keep saying to ourselves, these are the problems. No, we have too many solutions that we have to apply so we can make a better impact for not just the 300 kids that went to the collegiate school for boys, but the 3,000s of kids that also can get an example of what that would look like if we got involved.
I mean, that's pretty much just speaking of the whole point that we have no power. Okay, it's the fact that if we had the power to keep it open, it'll be open. It will have no problems.
Hold on, sister.
But we don't.
Hold up, brother Keith and Sister Eartha. Dr. Dahl wants you to go in, but I want to read this comment from Brother Bill Gooden. Frederick Douglass is right on this point. Power concedes to power. So we are not organized enough. We use the slogan of holding people accountable. But who do we hold accountable? I hear people say we're going to hold the president accountable, and yet we can't hold the lowest elected official accountable because we have no organized power. Go in on that, Dr. Daw, and comment on Sister Earth and Brother Keith.
Yeah, I appreciate. I already knew that Mama Eartha's approach is a little different, but I think in 2026 we just have to be mindful, because I know Mama Eartha. She kind of, when she says that, she's coming from a place that she really respects black men, and she's look, and so in the manner that she, that she in this particular. But we're in an age where all types of ideologies are ruling the minds of our men, women. There's gender wars going on. There's elder and youth wars. There's FBA versus all the African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, people from the UK, so on and so forth. And what happens is these different ideologies, what are taught in academia and high spaces, right, Brother Ori? They taught in these high spaces, and up there in these ivory towers, and so these things actually seep out into our communities, into the most educated aspects of the masses of people, including those elected officials. So what happens is, it's not that we don't have power. I would argue, I would say that we don't have, as Bob Imhotep has been speaking about more recently, and our other scholars like Dr. Asa G. Hilliard, Dr. Amos Wilson, Dr. Naim Akbar, Malefi Asante, Marimba Aini. There's a lack of collective consciousness. Our people damn sure fight for what they want to fight for. And we know it. We know they fight for what they want. And that school wasn't it. I'm just sorry to tell you that. So some of the things that we fight for, and I think Mama Eartha, what you say is very essential. I said it last week. I said Mama Eartha is correct when she says, who are the we? Now the thing is, when we say who are the we, sometimes when we're having these conversations, we're thinking about we the we. We keep talking to each other for real, and it's not our fault. I'm just saying that we have to be able to extend this level of consciousness, which is a war, because it is very intentional. It is not, it's systemic and systematic. And we have to understand that this thing is really ideological. And sometimes we don't give enough credence to what ideology, how powerful ideology is. Our people will turn some SHIT over when they feel like that there's an enemy there. We don't see an enemy in Brandon Scott not closing that school. You see it not being, you see an enemy not. You see that. Most of us is like, okay, they messed up, bye. Girl, bye. Boy, bye. And it's like, next. So if what they say, a critical mass of us did feel that way, we could put pressure on Brandon Scott. But the critical mass doesn't. Another thing, people do put pressure on these people. It just don't happen to be the level of consciousness that we would like to see. I would argue that.
Can I ask you this question? So when you say that, that's why I said the we. So like you said, you guys may not have put pressure on them or whoever, but like you said, somebody has to. So what I'm saying to you, we start. So what I did is I said, okay, you might not be the masses, but because it's not the masses, I still have common sense to say, hey, little kid, I know it might not be the masses of you guys out there killing and whatever, but you 5 people that's on the corner, I'm not going to be the one that believe that I have to move out of my neighborhood because you're standing on the corner selling drugs because somebody didn't tell you that I'm going to make you conscious. Here's the consciousness. As long as you're not trying to kill Sister Eartha, I'm going to stay in the neighborhood. Because, see, I got to be conscious enough, even though it's the masses that didn't think that way, and we all moved out into the county because we think we got better houses. But let me tell you something. I'm going to do it. Why? Because then we can set the example. No, stay in Baltimore, buy some houses, get some businesses. Yeah, there might be somebody laying on the corner that got drugs and whatever. And remember, he's talking, which we know, is up there by the social club. Yeah, brother. You know what we doing? We out there getting ready to clean them up because we ain't going nowhere. So what? They out there drugging and they got that. But we, the conscious we, are going to have an art social club up there, and it may not be the whole city of Baltimore. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I stay involved and trying to say we do have to have these conversations because we don't have enough time to spend with each other. But when you, like you said, I love Sister Earth, I may not pray, but at least we getting to talk more. So when you guys see me, they're going to say, now, you know, Sister Earth said if anything happens to her, she going to blame all of us that was in this room. She said, if some guy walk in this building and hit her upside her head or snatch her pocketbook, she going to be looking at us. So then you know that. You be like, okay, well, I see what Sister Earth was talking about, because why would I come and be afraid where I have black men? And then it becomes a trickle around the city of all women who feels like we're going to go somewhere where there is going to be safety. Where are you going? We're going to Pennsylvania Avenue to the Art Social Club. Girl, why would you go over there? You know they got, we're going to be safe. So all of y'all come up there, because that's the reason why they was going downhill, because that's publicized in our community. Every time you talk about the Art Social Club, even us, the black folk, was like, I don't know about going up there, because you know they got all those people hanging outside the building or whatever. That's the only thing I'm talking about. Yeah, we got to rebuild. Brandon Scott and all of these politicians, to me, are ran by the system. So we just said the system is not for us. So what we have to do, we have to learn to use the system. So I was saying, yeah, the next time we all should get on Brandon, use the system and say, brother, first of all, you pick 9 people. This brother picked 9 people to sit on the school board. Only 2 people are elected. The guy named Kevin Parson calls me up and say, oh, y'all hold meetings every Wednesday about the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, but I wish in these meetings that you also would encourage people to vote for me to be one of the elected people, guys, on the board. I said, won't you go and tell Brandon, who knows you, Kevin Parson, because you was one of the people who started these schools. Kevin Parson was one. So these are the games we played. This guy knows the mayor. We know he's qualified because he was one of the people who originally said we need an initiative for black boys. But he thinks that the only way that he's going to beat the power that this guy, which is Brandon Scott, does not pick him as one of the 9 people to be on the school board is that he got to go get elected. You see what I'm saying? So those are the games that if we know how to play, we can play. We like, oh, you think this school should be for black men? This CEO, he's a black man, in case y'all didn't know. The new CEO that's getting ready to come in is a black man. I suggest that all black men say, hold up, we need to have a meeting with you. Okay, because you are not going to come into the city and be the CEO of the Baltimore City school system without meeting with us. And every time I've been trying to get the people who know him to make that happen, they ducking and dodging me because, again, y'all don't know. So I say to you guys, hey, that's fine. But I would say it to you, those are the ways that I think that we can win once we get men in position to say, and I'm not trying to say this negative, but say stuff like that. When anything happens, you got to meet with us, whatever that we is. It could be y'all guys. And I call y'all up, hey, y'all need to meet with the CEO, not me, because as you right,
The best
Doc,
you can
you
do,
wanna
the
be-
best you can do, Mama Eartha, is expect to survive in this system. I'm sorry.
Correct.
You
Correct.
and the
Sister,
thing is,
I'm sorry, Doctor. Sister Earth, you breaking up a little on my end. Is that
I'm
me?
sorry.
No, you good. Well, I was gonna say
No,
I'm gonna
it's
let you.
probably you.
I'm gonna let you close out because you sitting in the car and that's
Yeah.
bothering me. By the way, I'm gonna make sure you get
Yeah.
home safe. But just go ahead and close out real quick for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna close out real quick because I'm actually on my way to Ocean City, but that's another story. But okay.
Yeah, we gotta get you moving.
That's how you do the movement too. You have to also go away, stay in the sun and whatever. But to make a long story short, you're right. What I'm saying is that I have survived, and that's why I can do what I do, guys, because I survived. And regardless whether you guys do it or not, my survival gives me the opportunity to give you my suggestion. And what I'm saying, my suggestion as a black woman or wherever y'all look at me, I think if you did stuff like that, if you organize when you see a problem, that you say, these people have to sit with us first. And whatever you grow, and then those men come to you guys and say, well, you know, I want to tell you my ideas of how I think what we're going to do for the black race or whatever. And then you hold that dialogue with people that's in position. If those people do not meet with you, they don't have no respect for you. So that's the key to that. You got to see if people have respect for you, they will meet with you, even if they don't agree with you. So the mayor, the governor, and everything, they met with Larry Young. Larry Young just snapped his finger, and the governor showed up. Remember, I told you when I came to your meeting, we should be able to have Westmore meet with us. The mayor meet with snapping your fingers. When they do not do that, we don't have the power. Okay, Black Power.
I appreciate. Hey, Sister Eartha, text me. Let me know you got in safe.
Okay.
All right. Peace and blessings.
Just say when she tell you she got in safe, she gonna go out again. So
Hold on, the brother Barack that was in the I'm not sure. I don't think that was Shock Barack. Brother Barack, come back on. I get you on. My bad, brother. I was trying to let Sister Eartha close out. I want to get y'all comments on these chats real quick. Brother Cliff said it is about a candidate's agenda and plans, not the party affiliation. Keith Scott.
No, that is not true.
Hold on. Let me finish it. He says, OT, I'm not sure it happens that most often the least objectable plan has come from a Democrat. The least objectable plan has come from the Democrat. And then he says, let me go back because it's a little continuous. And then he says, they shaking their heads at you, Brother Cliff. When
I'm shaking my head at something
don't get Doc. Don't get out of it now, Doc. Don't get out of it now. No, I'm messing with you. Who won
let me read it.
And go ahead, read that. Can you read it?
No, I'm looking. What is it? I see it. It says when Madonna won in NYC, the Democratic Party leaders lost their minds. When a Democratic Socialist won a Maine primary, the Dems acted like they would rather see MAGA win the general election.
Shaka Barack says concrete jungle, but shout out to Shaka Barack. I think that's Shaka Barack. But it's another Barack that just came on, so definitely jump on. Read that one, Doc. I gotta find my glasses. Can you see that one?
Is that Brother Cliff again?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
He said, Brother Cliff basically about to come in and say Keith Scott don't know what he's talking about. But I'll let you go in after I read these comments, Brother Scott.
It says even Jamie Harrison. Is that the one?
Yes.
Even Jamie Harrison, a darling of the Democratic left, last year was quoted saying the Democratic Socialists hate the Democratic Party just because they campaign on affordability and healthcare. Now, I want to let y'all know, both of you, if you go into the comment section in the chat, that's where I'm reading it from. I can't read it from
okay. I got you, though. I got you. I can read this one. Those who answer the call to finally come together and organize for the community, not just talk about it, will be the we. Oh, Lord. This is who the Maryland Pan-African Cooperative Coalition is seeking. Brother Cliff, you lucky I didn't read that while Sister Eartha was on. She'll tell you who the we is.
I mean, I struggle with the word finally, though. I just struggle with the word finally. But
Ujima's People Progress Party, led by Brother Nnamdi Lumumba, seeks to build a black worker-led political party and has been for several years. Perhaps Brother Keith and the Newsom Party should talk to him.
Welcome. I welcome to talk to him. Like I said, I'm very familiar with the Ujima Party.
Let me read my big homies. Let me read the big homie. Boy Shabazz. Solution. Real accountability measures in politics and education must include accountability measures in economics, spend, that, entertainment, religion, sex, labor, law, war. Start by acknowledging the fact that we have minimal powers to execute accountability anywhere. Programs like this, unity meetings, can develop organized plan to make substantive accountability measures real. The village can achieve all goals we set for our children across the areas. I still argue, although Brother Keith is throwing his hand up, I still argue. Look, you gotta ask who the we. Negroes getting what Negroes want. Is y'all that don't y'all is y'all not getting it? You heard India Ari today or whenever it was, and she came out against the song. And Negroes want the song. They want the song. And that's the song. Now, they fed to want that song. They're miseducated to want that song. Their taste buds have been curated for them to want that song, but they believe this is their own ideas, and it's what they will fight for. They will fight for, what's her name, Young whatever, who put the song out, all my boost and BS, and
Not
India
familiar
Ari
with that,
come
Doc.
out. And India Ari comes out and said that is despicable for
Oh,
ladies.
Young Miami, Young Miami. I haven't heard the
Young
song.
Miami, okay. Yeah, so all my boosting be So what I don't know the words, but even if I do know, if I did know the words, I couldn't say them. But what I'm saying is that is what we've been conditioned to want, and I'll promise you, brother Keith, I promise anybody who say ideology is not essential, it is essential because we got people thinking they doing the right thing. Even if your mayor thought he was doing the right thing, if he believes in the system, he or she is not going to do the right thing. But they believe they will. And they will die thinking they're doing the right thing, but servicing the government.
I'm telling you something.
Hold up real quick, brother Keith Scott. Hold up real quick. You hold your thought. Hold your thought. I know a lot of new people coming in the building, so I need y'all to do me one thing. You know what's absolutely free. Hit my like button for me. Come on now. Hit my like button for me.
Smash it now!
We got to get these algorithms out. Plus, I'm waiting for a little check from YouTube. I got a couple more dollars to go. Hook a brother up. Hook a brother up. All your help is needed. Hit that like button and subscribe button. Go ahead, Brother Keith.
Huh?
Okay, it's like this. All right. What's the difference between a politician and a hooker?
I'm scared to answer that question, brother. Are you going to, brother?
You want the answer? You know the answer.
Go ahead,
do
brother.
anything for money. They do anything for money.
I thought you was. I'm glad that's what I thought. That's what you was going to say, but with
Okay.
you scared me, brother.
If you're gonna be a hooker for the system, there you go. But like I said, you have a lot of people that feel that they can work in the system. No, the best is your best is to survive in the system.
Hold up. Go back to the something that you had you said you had a disagreement with something Brother Keith said. I mean, Brother Cliff said.
About we talking about the music thing.
No, when he mentioned a candidate's agenda, or something about.
Oh,
it's not about a candidate's agenda and plans. It's about the candidate's agenda and plans, not the party affiliation. You got
okay. It's like this: what candidate you had agenda?
What candidate did I have?
My wife being
what candidate you voted for? Anytime if you voted, they ask you had agenda. They tell you about the problems, but they don't have no agenda. So what? What kind of agenda? What politician came to you with what?
I agree there. No politician has came to me with an agenda for the black community.
None.
Sure.
All they do is they tell you, oh, well, we need better schools, but we're not going to give it to you. Oh, we need more jobs, but we're not going to give it to you.
That's
we need
what they
safer
believe
streets.
in, though.
Well, they're not what they believe in. This is what the party wants. The party wants you to just say that.
Oh, Brother Keith.
We acknowledge the problem, but then they say anything about fixing it.
No, I know too many Negroes that really believe if you put more schools, better books, and you give people jobs and you do all this thing somehow, and you give people more education, and education is the problem. The problem is that that we need to give them showers in the community, or we need to put all these different systems for people, but we don't put systems to change the system. We put things towards changing people because we continuously think the people are the problem. We got showers coming through the hood. We got Narcan programs. We got all types of money going to maintain the system by saying it's the people's problem. We got work ready programs. We got jump start programs for this because we keep trying to fix people when you can't fix people in a faulty system because it's not the people.
Hold up, Brother Keith. Hold up, Brother Keith. Keith, real quick. Tomorrow, July 4th, 10 o'clock at Pikes Theater, Black Men Unifying, Black Men Breakfast. For those that can make it, it's still going on. Brother Keith, are you going to be at that breakfast?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Watch your mouth then, brother, because...
Yeah, I got a bone to pick. I got a bone to pick.
Go ahead, brother.
All right. The host, everything, all these non-cam programs, these things they have. It's just the system creating a scapegoat thing. They want you to feel that they doing something about it, but they're not. That's all. I mean, the system is there to fool you. Okay, and it's been doing it for generations.
It, and brother Keith, if I can, like kind of pick that ball up. The thing is, it's not that, and I think people get scared to say, well, we mean like don't. I mean, I don't know what Keith means, but I assume that he's not saying that we don't need schools. I assume he's not saying that we don't need people to eat. I'm assuming he's saying these systems that we participate in every day as survival programs are just not going to get us to wherever we want to go. Now that's cool. They're just not going to get us there. But we
They're
begin to,
not.
and we're not saying don't participate. I mean, we're saying like you're going to go to school, you're going to do this, you're going to go get the free food, you're going to do all the things to survive. But we have to understand again, there's a difference between surviving, right, and really some revolutionary change. Now, okay, if you just want to do survival programs, what I want to tell you is be content because schools will continue to be closed. Anything that looks like it's fighting the system will be closed. I'm telling you, it will happen. You will have
See, it's like this here. Survival is, everybody want to survive, but who wants to? You want to grow. You want your family to grow. Okay,
right.
survival is not growth. Okay, in this, you can survive in this system, but you can't grow. So that means the system got to go. But it's like this here. If you believe that this system is not for us, replace it. Move it out. Get rid of it. It's just that simple.
Shabaka 4555. We must sit down and reason. This may not be Shaka Barak if that's the brother that came back on. So, brother, come back on. I get you in. Go ahead, Doc. You all right over there, Doc? Look like your wife was getting on you, brother.
My wife, she's Jamaican, right? She came in tethering.
Y'all are crazy. You funny, man. He's just joking because people might think you the flip side. You the flip side.
Tether means you tether to them. We got children. We had to tether at some point. But nonetheless, so what I'm saying is, at best, though, just for our psychological value, just for our relationships, if we really got a real strong idea ideologically or theoretically, because I know when we say the systems, that sounds so superfluous and so far away and just so far away from what we can change and all that type of thing. I'm not even telling you to do none of that. I'm telling you to start here. I'm saying start here, and when you realize that your wife come home and she's a little tired and she got frustrated with you, know it's the damn system. Know that when she went to school and she's tired and she's frustrated and all that type of thing, that she shouldn't, like, the system works the hell out of us. And so then we can have more compassion for one another and stop pointing the finger at each other. I'm not saying don't hold us accountable for nothing, but what I am saying, at least we have to get this thing ideologically clear. What I hear is that we believe that we're going to get something more out of this. What's a fruit baby that don't have much juice?
Fruit baby that
a turnip. We think we're gonna get a lot of juice out of a turnip. Okay, vegetables work too. But look, see,
Mehem I says, stop talking surviving in the system. That sounds like give up.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I hope this person's not misunderstanding it. All you can do is survive in this system. The system, if you understand, go and study systems theory. Go and study a little bit more. We keep saying things like systemic and structural and racism and thisism and thatism, and don't understand that these things are created in a way to keep you on a hamster wheel. I don't care if you go backwards on a hamster wheel, you start going forward on a hamster wheel, you stop on a hamster wheel, you jog on a hamster wheel, it's still the goddamn hamster wheel.
You got to get on this show, Shabaka. Shabaka 4555. I don't think this is Shaka Barack because he saves from Virginia. Revolutionary organization and education is the solution. Babylon is the vampire. Organization, irregardless of the system. And shout out before you go in, I'm gonna keep you going into or Doc, which one? Shout out to your wife, Miss Winkler. She will be ready. I hit her up. She sent me the menu. I've already given it to the Secretary General. Friday, August 21st. We are at TNAT for a panel discussion hosted by my good brother, Dr. Dahl. You know, we're going to pack the joint. It's going to be packed up in there UNIA style. So everybody get ready to meet the good doc and his wife's beautiful cooking. And by the way, El Bada said his belly full. His belly was full.
Hold up. How you get to call my wife and I ain't get to call his wife yet?
My wife.
Hey, look, I'm a best. Hold up, what you doing, President?
You gave me the number a long time ago, brother. We did an event.
Hold
you gave
up,
me the
you
number.
held on to it.
No, go ahead, man.
No, I'm just messing. I actually like those type of business arrangements within the community, and my wife doing her part. I appreciate it, wife. Thank you, and thank you, brother.
Kissing up real good tonight, Doc. You kissing up real good tonight.
You know, I've been married. We've been together since we were 16. So
damn,
I ain't got to do too much kissing.
Oh, there you go.
That's high school love.
I know because I kissed. I don't really have to kiss up because I always keep it consistent.
There you go, Doc. There you go.
You know, institutionalized.
He said I'm institutionalized.
Before you say another word, brother Keith, because you can be a character, brother. I want you to know you got me pulled up by Mama Kalola. I don't want to have to be protecting you at the breakfast tomorrow, brother.
Well, I'm telling you, okay, speaking of institutionalized, I'm like this here. I'm a revolutionary.
Wait.
Okay.
Hold on. I talked to brother Mawali Mo. He told me to make sure that I educate you to be mindful of using that word. Be mindful using that word because it brings something that you may not want. He said, you want to be a revolutionary, act accordingly. But when you open up your mouth and saying you're a revolutionary, you're going to bring some heat, and you better be very mindful of using that word wisely.
Okay. All right. I'm a revolutionary.
God damn.
Okay. I believe that the system in place got to go. Okay. And I believe that we can actually change this system. We could tear this down. See, the whole point is this: after the revolution, it comes rebuilding, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I say brothers like you and my man right here. Okay. What is y'all gonna build on top of ashes when I burn the system down? That's the problem right there. Okay. Y'all scholars. Okay. Y'all got them smart and stuff.
I don't know
y'all got
about
them smart.
Y'all got them scholar. I'm just a brother with a podcast.
Okay, y'all got y'all scholars and leaders and stuff like that. So the question is, once the system is gone, what are you going to build on top of these ashes? See, that's the real question.
Why don't you answer that since you're going to burn the system down and think you're going to live to see it?
Well, I'm going to live to see it's going to happen in 2028.
What?
I might hang. If it don't happen, it's like this. It has to happen in 2028. Because, in fact,
Shabaka 4555 says he's a revolutionary.
After 2028, okay, you will have Zeke Cohen as your mayor of Baltimore City. Okay, white people and Hispanic people is going to spread all through Baltimore City.
That's happening already.
But see, now they feel that they got the votes because black people's not voting They can actually do this now.
Black people,
Gentrification is real. Y'all don't get this. The first sign of gentrification is fixing schools. White people not gonna come to a school that has an effed up school system.
That is true.
First, they're fixing the school. They're not fixing it for the black kids. They're fixing it for the white people who's coming in. Believe me, I'm from New York. I seen this happen. I'm a living proof. I seen this happen. My neighborhood that I grew up in is gone. It's done. And it first started when they fixed the schools.
What neighborhood was you from in New York?
A place called Bed-Stuyvesant.
It's not even my man's from.
It's not even there no more. It's not there no more.
What do you mean it's not there? Bed-Stuy do or die.
It's called Brooklyn Gardens now.
Bed-Stuy do or die, right?
But Bed-Stuy is now Brooklyn Gardens.
Well, I never knew that.
Because all you see is white people with puppies jogging the streets now.
Okay, my question is, where did the black people go?
Okay, just like every black person. We move away, we go to jail, or we die.
We gotta be real honest though. Black people are excited about gentrification.
You think?
Yeah,
No.
I keep telling y'all.
Y'all gotta get mad at me. Y'all gotta get mad. Y'all gotta get mad at me. Y'all gonna get mad at me. The only people, black people, who's excited about gentrification is y'all so-called educated brothers.
That I'm not. No, the educated people are acting like they're not. Other
No,
black
the
people are so happy that white. No. The black people, the educated ones, at least acting like they're not excited.
They the one who's excited.
Like they're not excited.
You got the black people that got these good jobs, professor jobs, and whatever. Of course.
So listen.
A person that's have a 9-to-5 brother, whatever case, that got to work 30 years, 40 years.
Black people can't. Black people love to see white people moving in their neighborhood. What are you talking about? We got white people moving in. They don't think about the taxes going up and them being displaced lots of times because it's our level of consciousness. We be happy to see white people, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah. Only the ones that, like I said, that's brainwashed by the system.
Yeah, most of them.
They brainwashed by the system. Come on, they feel the white face is better than black people. That's come on.
That's why I'm saying it needs to be a collective consciousness. It has to be an ideological reframe because most of us have learned to love white. And we believe in the system. And look, you remember all the people in New York, right? Listen, those people in New York, right? The same thing happened in DC. And they were actually telling you, oh, y'all Baltimore, y'all dirty. And they thought that because DC was building up, now they don't even like DC no more. They want to come to Baltimore for something to eat or stuff like that or feel culturally connected. But again, they were so happy. They were really happy.
Like I said, you still got some black people that believe in the system. Okay, but you have a large majority that don't. Okay,
hold on, real quick. Hold on. Peace and blessings, Sister Saket. Where my stealing girls at? I lost on that one.
And of course, those educated Negroes want it too.
Oh, they turning people to steal and selling merchandise.
They just know how fake.
So let me go into this real quick because y'all went somewhere that was very interesting. Shout out to Sister Tara and Sister Saket. It's this gentrification. Doc, you said pretty much, and I understand what you're saying. When white people come around, black people think the neighborhood's better.
Yeah,
brother Keith, you mentioned something that you didn't come into when in Bed-Stuy when they moved them out. Where did they go?
They probably moved. They probably just went back to Brownsville.
Brownsville.
What about?
Yeah,
I've
Brownsville.
been to Brownsville, brother. That's like
Hey,
Murphy
it's
Homes back in the day, brother. It's nothing there
yo,
but
believe it or not, the whole
pain.
city, the whole city needs repairing. And it's like just like Baltimore, it's a black city. I mean, and the black people get less representation than anybody.
The reason I was asking you that is because I've heard from UNIA members in New York that there's been gentrification going in there, but I just don't understand how that affects New York. Like, I mean, because like with Baltimore, we see with Baltimore we see black people moving out in the county as how they do it, and as the new city, I would say, moves different people in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you they push you out and push you someplace else. Yes, they've always been doing that.
Okay.
Okay, but the whole point is this here. I mean, you have you got all these buildings in Baltimore City that's broken down, condemned and stuff just to keep the rent high. If Baltimore City would repair every building that's condemned and broke down, you know how much rent would be? Rent would be like what, $500 a month? Just for the mayor, that how many people actually living in Baltimore City?
Man.
Come on. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that Baltimore City have to do. Okay, and everything comes down to the system that you're living in. Okay, I'm like the average. I mean, once they took out like electrician, plumber, and stuff out of the school system, pretty much everything just broke down. You graduating without a skill, you have nothing else to base your life on, and this is why you're having these problems.
We got trouble in the building, brother. Jay Rich, first vice of Baltimore Division UNIA. I know you heard my good doctor, Dr. Dog, going in, and then my loving brother. We call him the troublemaker, the former mayor candidate.
Everybody got a little something at the
Jay Rich, mute your something's in the background.
Do what now?
I hear something in the background.
And there ain't nothing doing, man. I'm sitting in an empty house right now, man.
All right, okay. Now I know sometimes you have like your phone on or something, but go ahead, go in there. Did you hear the topic of the night when we went in? We went in a lot on the education system, and then which leads to the political stuff and stuff like that. Just go in a little bit on me, good brother. What was your thoughts? So
Thank you.
I know you're going to agree.
I want to bring us back on.
Go ahead.
I think that just surviving in the system sounds like a give up, I quit mentality. And that's not the type of mentality. That's the mentality that got us where we are. To just, it sounds like, go along and get along to me. When you have a majority black board of education, you have a black, I forgot what Baltimore County, what do they call them? I forgot what they call the head of the Board of Education.
I think, right? A Board of Education.
The Board of Education. You have to start, seriously, you have to stop looking at Democrat, Republican, and look at people that are in the room. Honestly. I mean, that's the only way that it's going to change. If you're not picking the person that's already in the room and not the person that comes to the room and asks for your vote, then you're always going to get what you get. Stop saying that, the system is working the way it's working because you continue to work this, because you're not working the system. Period. You're not working the system.
Hold on, James. Because it sounds like you disagreeing with Brother Cliff. I'm going to need you to take that bass out your voice, brother. You need to take your bass out your voice. Disagree with Brother Cliff like that. Go ahead, brother.
No, man. Honestly. For instance, if Dr. Dawes was running for the Board of Education, you know what I mean? How many people would vote for him? Because he's not coming into your town. He's promising you this and he's promising you that. But he has a plan. He has a plan to get these schools straightened out. You overlook these people that are already in your community that are doing work in the school. You overlook them for the school board for somebody else to come and promise you chocolate and roses every Friday. And it doesn't happen. So don't say that, you know what I mean, that you have to just survive in the system. You have to work the system. You have to work the system. You choose these people. You chose that mayor. You chose these people that was on the board. That was a vote. They didn't just walk into the building and get the job. Start looking for people that's in the room. Start looking around. You go to these meetings and you hear these people stand up there and they talk with their passion and what they want to do with the schools, and they have a plan for the schools. Those are the people that you should be voting for. Those are the people that you need to be getting on the school board. When it comes down to gentrification, I was pissed because I live outside of DC. I was pissed because they ran all of those seniors up and out of the Southeast to build that baseball stadium. And what did they do? They used I forgot what you call it, but they ran them and they told them, like, listen, you own your house, DC owns the land, you got to go. And they shipped them up to Montgomery County, they shipped them up to Frederick County, and they shipped them down to Waldorf. They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice at all to whether they wanted to stay or whether they wanted to go. You either take the money or you don't take the money, but you're getting up out of here. And that was the choice. You either take the money or you don't, but you leave it. And then they went in, they did a little remodeling on the house, and they sold it for triple the price.
That's the system.
Now that you moved to Baltimore, you sound a little stronger than you did when you was out around the county, brother. You in Baltimore now, baby. You done moved in. You Baltimore, baby. You go hard, ain't he, Doc? Go ahead. I know you wanted to jump in on that, Doc.
Cause he really critiquing. He ain't talking about Cook. I don't know. Cook got the roll his eyes emoji and thing. The brother, first vice president. He coming for me and brother above me. So I think we gotta be real. We gotta be realistic though. I think we gotta really understand what is meant by when we say the system, right? And when we think about a system, if we look at it pictorially as a machine, and I'm saying literally a machine, there are people who do all types of research, social science research, systems theories, and all this type of thing. And I'm saying, I know we don't like the thing about education, but the thing is, they know what they're doing. And they know everything that and there's a lot of systems. So when you talk about the education system, then you talk about eminent domain. So even if you don't want to move and you feel like you're going to leave your family, see a house and all this type of thing, the eminent domain kicks in and say, no, you're getting the hell up out of here because this is the system, bro, and this is how we do it. Just like, so just like that school closing down, I'm sorry to tell y'all, the damn system is the reason why the school is closed down. And if Brandon Scott took his black ass, excuse my language, I'm sorry, I'm just had to say it that way. My black brother, Mayor Brandon Scott, took his black self and tried to fight against that, you better believe there would have been some resistance to that. So every decision that man has to make will be met with something else. And he has to make some decisions about if this a molehill that he wants to die on, anthill, whatever type of hill he wants to die on. So at the same time, that's the system keeping your mayor in check.
Since the earth that made it home.
Absolutely.
Since the earth that made it home.
There's no
I think everybody agree with that, right?
I promise you that until we realize there's no winning. Look, I'm telling you, there's no winning within these systems. They are created to keep you where you are. A system is designed to produce exactly what you say, Brother James, all the time. It's made to produce exactly what it's made to produce. You can tell people that this machinery is created to make rubber ducks. But the first time it creates rubber camels,
something's
and it comes
wrong.
out and it's creating camels with desert camels, if y'all can't understand my language right now, You must understand that it's going to keep creating camels. And I know that seems like a poor analogy, but no, this is how social science, there's plenty of research to support. We can really make a change, but the damn system has to change for change to happen. I'm not saying you got to go hijack the system. I'm not saying you got to go and burn every damn thing down. I'm saying whatever it is you got to do. Now, I'm not Keith Scott. I don't know what you got to do. But what I do know is if the system is creating rubber ducks, I mean camels, rubber camels and not ducks, until you do some reshifting and recreating that system, it's going to continue to give you what you get. There's no winning in this system. There's surviving in this system because this system has been created to create it's messing with the way that you think. It teaches you to not even like your own people, even though it doesn't seem like that. The system teaches you that you can't win. The system keeps you in place and says it's safer to do it within the system. The system keeps you exactly where you are, and it has you believing in the Wizard of Oz that will never, ever work. Now, I'm not saying that I'm going out there to throw no Molotov cocktails out there tomorrow. But what I'm saying is, I'm just saying for our own mental health and our community mental health, so we can stop pointing the fingers at victims of white supremacy. So we can stop pointing the fingers at victims, including Brandon Scott, including whoever. You can only hold him accountable to what he can do in the system. You can't hold him accountable for nothing more. And the system will produce what it's going to produce. If you take from here, Brother Everett said it earlier. He said, oh, the crime went down in Baltimore City, but it went up in Baltimore County. If that's the truth, look at it. It's like, oh, the drug boys are gone from this corner, but they're gone around the corner to another corner. Like, we really be like in this mythological world and act like just because my corner's clean now, that somebody else is not being burdened. Okay, and the fact that this that white people don't sell drugs, like what is wrong? That was a part of the system.
The
system. The brother was out there like white people don't sell drugs. No, white people sell drugs in the house. They sell drugs on the corner.
Yeah.
I know you close to you in West Baltimore, so I know you close to South Baltimore.
And you know what? When he asked me that, that's what I was going to say. South Baltimore is.
But again,
that might be the most.
The system has educated us to see things in ways that is against reality. Although we go down Wilkins Avenue and we see the worst forms of crack and crack still. Who still do crack? Black people ain't even doing crack no more. White people out there still doing crack.
It's bad out in South Baltimore. Sister Eartha said she made it home. She made it to not home, but to Ocean City. And Brother Cliff said.
Now, Mama Eartha.
Brother Cliff said
eminent domain.
Eminent domain. I think he's talking about gentrification, but I'm not sure. That's probably
the eminent domain is the houses being taken as a result of the stadium need to be built.
Okay, talking about yes, that's right.
That stuff we talk about Route 40. We talk about the highway to nowhere. That was the system.
Y'all had let me ask you a question. So maybe like 10, 15 years ago down in PG County, they had hired a young lady and she came in with this, I can't remember the name of the program. So I'm gonna just say Leapfrog, just to give it a name for the educational system. She came in and this program, she had worked it in another place. The program worked. Reading skills went up, math skills went up, all of this stuff. You know what I mean? The program worked. She showed that it worked because she did it somewhere else. Now, before she even got a chance to implement, this goes to your point. This goes to your point. Before she even got a chance to implement the program, they were like, oh, well, she was doing this, she was doing that. And then they started the smear campaign and got her up out of there. Oh, she's sleeping with this person, doing this. She had a program that proved that it worked. And I believe in Baltimore City a few years ago, y'all had a superintendent, I can't remember her name, black woman. And they was like, oh, well, she's selling her book. She doing this, she doing that. And they got her out of there before she could implement her program.
You
I
talking
forgot
about
who
the
it was. I
mayor?
can't
You talking
remember her
about the
name,
She was
but
mayor?
the
they
mayor.
ended up pressing charges
That was
against.
Catherine Pugh. No, she was
Yeah.
taken
That
down.
was
She was
Captain
taken
Pugh.
down.
her. Okay,
She
and
was
she
the
came
mayor.
in, but she had a plan. But
No, that
my,
wasn't
my
a
point
plan. That
is
was a
that
hustle.
okay, all right. Maybe that was a bad example. But living in PG County, it just looked like she came in, you know what I mean, trying to change the school thing and got arrested for selling books. But you know what I mean.
But I want
My point is,
to.
my point is like what you said. So sometimes you do have people that come in that actually have a plan to improve the system. And they do this, they do whatever it is they want to do to get rid of them. But going back to what you said earlier, that's why we got to stand behind these people. We have to
You
stand
can't
behind these
improve
people
the
like
you
you were
can't
saying
improve the
before. We have to
system.
stand behind. I
You
agree
got
with
to
what you
keep
said. I don't agree with that.
you can't
Just survive the system thing. I don't
you
agree with
cannot
that. But
improve that system. You have to create a new system. The thing
okay.
is, even if those children would have been educated. Oh, am I hearing myself back?
I
Even
think
if those
that's you,
children were
James. You gotta have something on. It's you. Check your phone. You sure you're not on YouTube or something?
Yeah, I'm sure, man. I shut everything down.
Just double check, because last time you said that it was you.
even if those children even if those children were educated, right? We
Yeah.
got to keep in mind. See, to us, that's we are seeing their blessings. But what did we just create? We got to really look at this. I'm talking about just
Okay.
even when like these most educated people that we often talk about. I teach them, and what I'm saying, even though they know racism and white supremacy exists, they've been educated to be obedient to it.
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying is education, as long as it's the same type of education that's currently at hand, and even if it's not, many times.
Hold on, Doc. Hold up, Doc, because Brother Cliff going in. Sister Eartha said you watched The Matrix, so you're also the system. Brother Cliff says, from the first day of grade school, students are made to stand, put their right hand over their heart, and pledge allegiance. I'm sorry, I got lost.
That's to the flag of the United States of America.
Yes. He said to a three-piece of cloth in the corner, the system in action earlier. And then he says, Rockland community destroyed by the highway to nowhere, Route 40. That was never completed, but the damage was done. A stable black community gone. That's what he was saying. Brother, Keith, you had your hand up real quick.
I'm sorry.
Hold up, Doc.
You cut me. You didn't let me finish. You said, "Hold on."
Oh yeah, I apologize. That's what I'm. I apologize. I don't want no problems.
So thank you. So I think when I'm gonna build off of what Bobby Cliff was saying. So by the time they get to the higher they go, the more indoctrinated they become. And the reality is, guess what? I'm talking about indoctrinated in their revolutionary fights. It's not unusual to say revolutionary in academia. It's not an unsafe thing to say because there's theory. Everybody talks about revolution in academia. It's talked about all the time. Liberals talk about revolution. Whites, feminists talk about revolution. College professors talk about revolution all the time. It's an academic activity. It's something that they always talk about. But the thing is, when you teach them and you try to teach them from an African-centered perspective, they will buck it. I'm saying, even if you're the blackest professor, I'm going in there, and you have to understand, even though these black master's level and doctoral level students are talking about revolution to them is working for a non-for-profit and making six figures. Revolution to them is, I want some change, but I'm not willing to do it. Revolution to them is like, Dr. Winkler, what do you want us to do? Take and get guns? No, Dr. Winkler never said go get guns, but he never said not to either. Not right now. But what Dr. Winkler said, you can at least teach You can at least teach. You can at least teach black people what's going on, and that is a risk to them. You can at least go down to Annapolis and testify. I'm talking about they are afraid to fight within the system, even. Because to fight within the system, about the system, is risky.
Mm.
And
it's useless.
Say, go ahead.
And it's useless.
And it can become useless on one level. But we got to keep in mind on what level we're talking about. To survive, yeah, you got to do some things. But to bring about change, no, is useless.
No. Okay, so see, this whole point just said, see, I have an agenda. My agenda, like I said, race first, black first. Okay. Now, my agenda, the Newsom Party, the mayor of Baltimore City we be going for that seat. The city council president of Baltimore City, we be going for that seat. The controller of Baltimore City, we going at that seat. The city council people from the 1st to the 14th district, we going for that seat. Our victory will remove this system out of Baltimore City. Now, once that happens, then the rebuilding starts. Are y'all brothers up for it? Let me know.
You never said what the agenda was.
Brother Cliff says it is an easy thing to say. I think he said to say. He adjusted to say. And Esurance says, put your name in the chat, Esurance. I got to know who you are. You on every week. I appreciate you. I don't think it's Ernest Shaw. Esurance says, Dr. Daw just described the 3 million members of the black fraternities and sororities.
And they think they fighting. I'm telling you, with all their heart, democracy, the U.S. democracy, it was an attack on democracy. It was an attack on democracy. If I heard another black person talk about an attack on democracy.
Brother Cliff says, revolution is an easy thing to say. Brother Losi, we going to be at the breakfast. He told me to tell y'all and told y'all, don't be playing with this word revolution. Doc, you just said it like 45 times after I said that.
No, I'm an academic.
I know you were talking about the academic part. You were talking about the academic part.
Keith Scott is a revolutionary. I'm an academic talking about revolutionary practice.
You know it.
And academia, we talk about revolution. I'm trying to tell you, it's just because it's a theory, and they don't think nobody gonna pick it up and use it.
Brother Losi, you over there?
This stuff is in textbooks. You hear me?
I'm right there. My phone fell down.
It's in textbooks. But they know that they already indoctrinated before you got to that level. You already indoctrinated by the flag. By the time you get to a college and you start learning about how bad this word, they teach you all the stuff in college. They teach you how oppressive this system is. But then they give you another system that make you think that you fight the system, but it's actually maintaining the system.
That was deep. That was deep.
Well, I'm going to use the words of Joe Biden. If you're black, you would go for this. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, he did.
I'm like, if you're black,
I'm sorry.
If you're black, you go for this. What's up?
But look, man, I'm gonna get y'all to close out because my ribs are touching. I'm starving like Marvin for a Cool J song. I'm starving like Marvin.
The AC don't work the
Cool
same when it's hot, boy. God dang.
The AC messed up in your office, Doc?
No, it ain't messed up. I'm at home now, but in my office, shoot. I mean, we had to keep it on all night, boy. Cut it off.
I saw you take your hat off one time, like, woo.
Yeah, I don't know how it looked because this camera kind of messed up.
Let me address a quick elephant in the room. Brother, you done pulled on the Knicks t-shirt about 4 or 5 times, brother. I
Hey,
mean,
got world champions, y'all. World
come on,
champions.
brother.
What's up?
Come on, brother. You know you're a New Jersey Nets fan, brother. Come on.
Nah, the
You
Nets
one
is
of
in
them fake.
Brooklyn, bro.
You
The
didn't.
Nets in
You one of them
Brooklyn.
fake New York dudes. You didn't
Yeah.
disrespected Big Daddy Kane. Now.
Yes, he did.
What's up? Wait a minute, hold up. Wait, ain't you an NWA fan?
Nah, brother. I like NWA when I was younger, but I'm KRS-One all the way. You got something to say about the Blastmaster?
Oh, shoot, KRS-One, yo, that's my shit. You know, I'm listening to him all day, man. What's up with that? That's the only scholar we got left over.
Oh God, that's my guy though. All right, brother Keith, I'm gonna let you close out first. Just just close out what you feel about the education system, and I'm holding the politicians accountable.
Well, I'm not even okay. It's I mean, I don't know how educated the system is, but it sucks. I mean, the fact that you have a bunch of white people telling black people, giving whatever to learn and whatever case it be, that you can go to school and get shot at the same time. Hey, I mean, long as that system is in place, we're gonna have the things we have in the day. Like I said, uneducated people do stupid shit. I mean, that's just that. Until we control our education and the system that giving us our education, it's gonna be survival of the fittest constantly, all the time, every year.
Well, Keith Scott, I appreciate you for always joining in. Did you like the
Oh,
commercial?
yeah, send that to me. I love that shit. What? Why you
sent
why
it to
you
you.
send it to me? You did?
I texted to you.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Send it to me again because I gotta send it to the new Mr. Newsom now, man. Yeah.
All right, so you like the commercial?
Yes, I like that commercial. I'm like, oh my god, you got the commercial and shit. That's the first time I seen it.
All right, so I expect my $56 for my UNIA membership, brother. That was the deal.
No problem. I'll be there. I'll be
See?
there, man. Don't worry about it. I gotta get those books though. I want them books. I gotta get them books for them brothers.
Oh yeah, he go brother James Wilson. I coached a player, Charles Wilson, and his father was my assistant coach, and he used to always go Charlie Wilson when he used to introduce himself. And I can't get that name out. Every time I talk to James, I think it's Charles. But all right,
Well,
good.
bro, I'm not a UNI member. Okay, but like I said, man, black first, race first.
But you're gonna be one once you pay for this commercial, $56, brother. That was the deal.
Hey, like I said, send me I get a shirt too.
Hey, brother, you asking for too much. Start with your dudes first,
Wow.
brother. Start with your dudes.
Well,
You got to
you
work
know,
for the shirt. You got to do the
yo,
work for the shirt.
Black people supporting black people. That's my motto.
We got the shirts coming for convention. Get your convention shirt. It's coming.
I'll be there.
All right, good brother Keith. I'll see you tomorrow.
Y'all brothers take it easy. More power to y'all. Peace.
Peace and blessings.
Peace.
All right, good Doc. Phenomenal tonight. You hit on a lot of good points. I got a question for you, brother. Before you close out, is my good brother Keith Scott part of the week?
I'm just getting back on.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Before I get you to close out, I got one question for you. Is my brother Keith Scott part of the week? Sister Eartha, are you in the chat? Is Keith Scott part of the week?
I cannot. What did he say? I can't. I can't remember. I can't say yes or no to that.
So, confirm or deny.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I cannot confirm or deny some things we have to do offline.
That is true. But go ahead, good brother, close out. Before that, though, the brother Cliff said the last poet said in one of their songs, "Speak not of revolution unless you are prepared to be forced to eat rats to survive." Yeah, we got to have another conversation with brother Keith on him thinking he's a revolutionary. Let's see if he really is. We got to have a revolutionary test. But go ahead, good Doc, close out for me. Just talk about the show in general, your thoughts.
I think
because it was a little powerful tonight.
I do think though that I think it's different. There's a difference between speaking about revolution and calling yourself a revolutionary, right? I think we have to educate, though. I do think we have to educate, but I do agree with Baba Losi. We have to be mindful on what we say and how we say things, right? And but I guess I kind of got a little let's say my technology wasn't working as well, so me closing out, I kind of missed the last piece of the show, or what have you. But what I would say is we truly have to educate. We do have to really deal with ideology. We do have to deal with theory. We do have to deal with all these things. I get it. We think we can be loosey-goosey about things, but we can't be loosey-goosey because we're going up against something that is very theory-based, that is very organized. And many times we think just good feelings and just agreeing symbolically is going to be enough. And even if we do that, once we start to do the real work and we start to move out and we start to make certain decisions, we won't be moving in accord. Even those of the civil rights movement. And I denounce the idea that we don't have power. I would argue that our consciousness is misplaced. So the things that we desire, we will fight for. And revolution ain't one of them. Because that's not a part of our collective consciousness. I don't care if you call it something else, but that ain't a part of it. A part of our consciousness at this point in time is integration, is assimilation. It is the household in the head with the picket fence and all types of other things that's kind of evolved to. We got to have an ideology. It's not, we have to really talk about the institutions in our communities that have been attacked. And we have to understand these institutions have been attacked through policy, through education. I'm talking about institutions like the family. I'm talking about the institutions like marriage. I'm talking about the institutions like eldership. I'm talking about the institutions, just plain old everyday institutions that has ripped out of our communities or have created on top of a beautiful culture a very toxic type of culture to keep us confused, because we have to have ideology, we have to have culture. And no, if you don't have ideology or culture, you can't in any way guess or have any level of probability what the partner or the person next to you will do under certain situations. And to that, I just say peace and power. Thanks for having me, dear brothers.
But before you close out, I think I got another show. Are you saying you do feel that we have power?
Yeah, we have power. It's not saying it's that we're not defeatable. It's just saying that we will fight. Like you. Let me give you an example. We think we're weak. We often compare ourselves to Jews, and I think it's the worst thing ever. I can't stand it. It's the worst thing ever. And it comes from a very bad and ill, it comes from a position I understand, but it comes from an ill-informed position. But what I'm saying is we have power. People do, and people will watch what they say around us. We're not going to win every battle. We think that we don't know the battles that we do win. Like, people aren't just going to, everybody's not going to go around like Chuck the Billa and say words out of their mouths, because there will be consequences. You're going to always have people to do things and push us, and we always going to lose a court case every now and again. But the reality is we do have power, and but the thing is, but as long as they got us caught up with Young M.A., what's her name?
Young Miami.
Young Miami, or whoever else, that's where we direct our power towards those type of things. And we take our power is being displaced from the things we're talking about. It's not a lack of power, it's that these people, we think we in America, and we're Americans now. Look at this fight. We got Negroes in this country fighting Africans and Caribbeans and fighting to say I'm American and draping themselves in flags. Yo, Tariq Nasheed raises money look, let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. This Negro, excuse my language, I ain't used that word so much ever in my life, but today I guess that's the best I can get as far as without being too vulgar. That Negro raised $250,000 for a fake documentary. You hear me? 200, I'm talking about in days. And he's raised a lot more. Time after time after time. He raised $250,000 for a speaking engagement. Because our people believe in that. Yes. Our people believe in this clown. So what I'm saying is we have the power and we do have unity, but that unity is not in target direction because people don't have a collective, they have a collective conscience, but it's a collective miseducation. So we can stop playing these games and acting like we don't have to deal with things on an ideological level or an educational level. We do. Or we can all put on suits and walk down the street and act like we know, like we're going to all move in the same direction. You will begin to realize the people in your organization don't even agree with you. And they will betray you. Because we don't have a common ideology. And we're not healed. We have to heal people. Look, we think because we came together and we know the white man did some things that we all agree. No, most of us still agree with the white man stuff. Even if we don't know it. We're fighting about a capitalistic system. We're talking about doing something in this system. You can do something in this system, but it ain't gonna never be. See, again, I just think we have to be clear that there's certain things that you can do in the system, but there's limits. Yeah. There's limits to any system. There's limits to any system. But within this system, some of the things we're blaming on each other or blaming on one another is due to the systemic barriers or ceilings or parameters. All systems have parameters, even the one we will create. So my main point is look, I'm not with this kumbaya SHIT. I'm not with that. Uh-oh. Because that's fake. Uh-oh, Doc. I'm not with the kumbaya F stuff, fake stuff, because it's not gonna work. No, we have to learn how to communicate, argue, fuss, disagree, and we have to really push some level of white supremacy is an ideology. We think we can have an ideology to tell other people that you are less than human beings. And even black people believe that ideology in conscious spaces. Look, my man on here today, your home, I like him. He got that Baltimore love. Who? But he's wrapped up in white supremacy ideology. Reed, yeah, my man, Reed, cool. I love his Baltimore swag. But Reed, it comes from his heart. That's all I can say. He speaks from the heart. I know, and I'm telling you, he means it. He means well. People are mad at him because they think he's a Tom. No, that is the pervasive thought in our community. That's right. At some point, we're tired, and Reed be like, I don't want that academic mumbo jumbo. I'm in these streets. That's the type of thing they'll say. I don't want that academic stuff. Ain't no white man doing something. I just saw this woman shoot heroin in her daughter's arm. Now, again, that's the reality that we're dealing with. We're dealing with people. I'm talking about white people too. But in our communities, people they was addicted to heroin from the age of 5 because somebody said, here, take this. It was their daddy and their mommy that was out of their goddamn mind. Oh, parents need to hold them accountable. How do you have parents holding people accountable that can't hold themselves accountable because no one ever gave them a chance? See, we say things this is not realistic. Or we just got to get the parents to hold them together. And then we get to the point to say the children are bad as hell and we need to hold them accountable. Like you telling me now the children are the problem? Like, come on, man. That's some weak stuff. Now, I'm not saying children will always go wrong, especially when when we're not working together with some collective ideological. Look, this person's doing this, that person's doing this person's doing this, and none of us are, I'm not going to say none of us. We don't see things the same way. Mm-hmm. It's because the more we integrate and the more we assimilate, the more we get more of what we say we don't want. and to assimilate and play the game. No, you can't play this game. I'm sorry. You can participate to a degree and do your best. And maybe Brother Hassan can play the game a little bit too. Maybe Brother, Brother Second Vice can play the game well too. He's articulate. Brother Hassan, he can play the game well. You know what I mean? But at the same time, why do people who don't have that ability have to suffer? Everybody doesn't have the same ability. And they know it statistically. I could say, well, look, I did this. Look, I went to school. I did this. I did that. But that's what Dr. King called a token. And you think because you could do something, because you overcame something, that somehow everybody else can do it too. That is not true. For various reasons, even ability. But not outside of ability, everybody doesn't get the same. They got places for Negroes like me. They got places for Negroes. They got a little place for little Negroes who went and got a little education and did a little couple things, but you still ain't getting nothing out there. You get a little something, but if you believe that's really something, then you've lost your mind. Everybody can do this. No, you're struggling with the education. You're struggling with the businesses. I had businesses, all types of money coming through my hand, still struggling with big amounts of money coming in. Because this fight, that little bit of money can't do nothing to the fight that we're up against. No, we got to keep, the game is rigged. And I'm saying, and I'm not a chump. The chump part is when you realize, the chump part is when you think that you're going to do it in the system. Because that's comfortable for us to say. I'm sorry, no, I'm just saying theoretically they know that's not possible. They know. All you got to do is study systems theory. All you have to understand is how systems work. When they say systems on a social level, they are juxtaposing that next to mechanical systems. They're juxtaposing that next to systems like water. They're juxtaposing that next to systems that create things. And as Brother James often says, the system is producing exactly what it's meant to produce. And we got to keep that in mind when we start pointing the fingers at each other. But no, when you say that little girl could have did better, that is what the system has produced. Young M.A., whatever her name is, the system, I can't be mad at her. I know I'm holding her accountable, but the reality is the system produced it. And until we realize that this system, I'm saying even on a psychological, social, cultural, political level, I'm not saying tear nothing up. I'm saying just change the system of what you believe, how you think, how you behave, how you're rewarded, and all that type of thing. Because we feel very rewarded by this stuff. We feel very rewarded when we go and get a 6-figure job. We feel very rewarded when we on 8th Street in D.C. and it used to be black. Oh, you see what's going on? We feel real rewarded when M Street look different. We feel we feel real rewarded until we can't no longer live there. Until we can't afford it.
This sound like
these politicians.
This sound like you might have to go in on your podcast on this, Doc. You might have to bring this back up next time. When the next time you're going live? Because you getting a lot emotional about this, brother. You're getting real emotional about this. You may have to bring this up on your podcast.
Well, maybe we need to do that. I'll bring you on. But anyway, I'm just saying that we have to really I think we need to shut up. I'm serious. I think we need to shut up and learn. I'm talking literally sit down and study it. Study. It's funny. We really need to sit down and study. Everybody knows every goddamn thing. At one time, there were teachers. Let's deal with that system. Now everybody on social media is a teacher. There's no Amos Wilsons no more because everybody's Amos Wilson in their mind. But can't you tell he put in a lot of work to get to form his opinions and ideas? And every time you listen to him, you learn something new. Because it's complex. No, the system, if we gotta even understand what we say. The system is producing exactly, Brother James, I would not say it again, it's producing exactly what it's meant to produce. And then we turn around and say, well, no, we can do something in the system. No! We can do exactly what we're doing in the system. Because that is what the system was made to produce. I'm sorry, my wife said stop yelling. All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace, good doc. I'll get with you later on, good brother. When you went off, you was flowing. I appreciate you.
All right, peace.
Peace and blessings. That was our good brother, Dr. Dawg. Hold up, before you close out, let me get to these chats real quick. He said, are you brothers up to it? What's the difference when I said, are the black men up to it? There's no black power unless there's black men power. Are you guys up to creating black men power? Hopefully you start tomorrow at the men's breakfast. Black unity, black men unifying black men to create black men power. Yes, Pikes Theater in Pikesville, black men unifying black men. Sister Eartha wants those commercials, sex tour. I sent you those commercials, Sister Eartha. So you're good to go there. And I think she's saying no when I asked who is Keith Scott part of the week. Good brother Shabaka. Long live you, brothers, and looking forward to meeting y'all. Yes, good brother. Convention. Hope to see you soon. And I believe I thought you was Shaka Barak, but yeah, I think I had you wrong. And yes, can't wait to see you at convention, my man. Brother Cliff Kumba says, Black Power with that fist. Sister Eartha says, hold on, let me make this. We've been getting some long texts tonight. It's been messing my screen up, but that's good. Maybe I answered too quick. I meant to say he is not part of my we, but we can join. But he can join us every Wednesday on Zoom, 7 p.m. Click the link below. Please share. 7 p.m. every Wednesday. Join Edwin Evan. The fight to keep the Baltimore Collegiate School open is not over, and that's the link for all you guys. Can get it in a chat. She's on Facebook, so check my Facebook out. If you're on Facebook. Shabaka says, 100% correct, Dr. Dawg. Sister Eartha says, yes, I agree. We need to sit down. My next initiative for Tight Knit Radio is dinner and a conversation. You're definitely invited. Let me know when you had the time. Yes, we got to set that up, Sister Eartha. And Dr. Dawg is out. Peace and power. Peace and black power, Dr. Dawg. You was phenomenal tonight. Brother James, a lot of stuff that went on tonight. I don't know how long you were listening to the show, but close out, just give me your thoughts on the educational system. Did you see the part when I was talking about the test scores?
No, I missed that part.
But basically, the reading and math was lower than, but our graduating rate was high, which is crazy.
I think that for a long time, especially since Reagan, they have been looking to destroy the school system, especially in our communities. Education has always been seen as something dangerous, even since the beginning of this country, when they had the colonies, and when you start talking about Nat Turner and other educated black people, and what they did with that education was educate others, and that became a sense of fear, because through education, these people gain power. So education in a black community has always been fearful. So what Dr. Dawes was saying, I agree with him 100% that, you know what I mean, you can't really change it from within the system because the system is designed to do what it is to do. And once you find that you have a good school board or you have good teachers and they're actually producing, you don't find many that get credit for doing what it is they do. What gets pointed out to is the failures within the school system. So like when you were saying, you know what I mean, there are different scores and this and that, you have to realize that integration didn't actually help us in school. It actually hurt us because we had some of the best schools in the country before integration. So we're sending our kids to schools, and even to this day, you know, Maryland, if you look it up, Maryland is still one of the most segregated school systems in the country. We're still sending our kids to schools with educators that don't want to educate. Our black girls going to schools and always being pulled out and picked out as being having some type of problem or having an attitude. Yet black women are the most educated people in this country. So, you know what I mean? Within the system, you know, like you said, you know what I mean? There's only so much you can do within the system. You have to change the system. And the only way you change the system is if you change the mind state of the people around. I used to respect Montgomery County. What do you call it? Parent teacher associate PTA, because they actually kept the school board in check. When the school board put up different initiatives and things that they wanted to do in the school, growing up, I used to always watch the news and like, man, they don't let the, you know what I mean? Like the parents came out in droves and was like, nah, you're not doing that. You're not teaching my kids this. You're not putting my kids through that, so on and so forth. So involvement in what goes on with the school board definitely has to increase. Teaching your kids at home before they even get to school and sitting down and doing homework with them and everything else, you being involved. But like Dr. Dahl said, not everybody has that because not everybody has an education, and that's sad. It's really sad. And I think that we have to do more to educate not only our children, but we have to do more to educate our parents and educate our adults that lack education. Because unfortunately, like my man Keith said, you know, ignorant people do ignorant things.
He got that
And
from me, brother.
okay, you know, like my
That's my line, Keith
my
Scott. That's my line.
they're like my president
people,
Everett.
uneducated people do uneducated things. That's what I said.
Okay. They're like my esteemed president said, uneducated people do uneducated things, you know, and we have to do work. We have to do work, man. We have to do work instead of looking down on people and looking at different things or whatever. We have to actually do work to see, okay, we have a problem in this community. We have a problem with this and we need to, you know what I mean? It needs to be addressed. And like Dr. Dahl said, you know what I mean? We have to sit down and we have to come together and work out these problems. It's too many times, man, in our past where we had educators that taught kids during the day and then taught their parents at night. You know what I mean? That's lost. The mentality of people, some of our people today is, I got my education, you got to go and get yours. I'm not helping you. I'm not teaching you. I had to pay for mine. You got to pay for yours. And it's a very selfish mentality that goes into what happens here. It's a very selfish mentality that goes on in the classroom where it's only certain kids are pointed out and get extra help. It's a very selfish mentality, you know, where you can see a kid struggling and nobody goes to help them because of the school that they're in. It's a very selfish thing when you have a school that's actually flowing and actually educating kids, and it gets closed down. And this is just again a part of the system doing what the system does. But until we work at changing the system, at destroying the system, then you're just going to continue to get the same old thing. I think one of the people said, you know what I mean, you keep voting Democrat, keep voting Democrat, keep voting Democrat. You know what I mean? You keep doing the same thing again and again and looking for different results. That's the sign of insanity. We have to start doing something different if we want something different. We can't just talk about having something different. We have to go and get it. The same way Maryland was quick to pass laws, you know what I mean, to stop ICE agents from going in and grabbing undocumented people in this country, they could have did the exact same work to fix the deficits in our communities. Especially, we pay taxes. People act like black people don't pay taxes. People act like black people, like we don't pay, you know what I mean, real estate tax. We don't pay property tax. We don't pay taxes when we go to the store. So all of a sudden they have a right to just, you know what I mean, push us to the side. But we pay taxes. We pay taxes and we pay for representation. And we pay those representatives. And we need to hold them accountable. Anytime that you can go in and you can change around the law to say, okay, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, we're going to do this. But when we go down to Annapolis and say, hey, listen, man, you need to do something about, you know what I mean? Baltimore has like one of the 5th highest school budgets in the country. We need a better school system because you can do you've shown us that you can do the work when you want to do the work, because they get in there and they pass the laws that they wanted. They didn't blink twice about doubling your registration for your tags, did they? They got it done very quickly, didn't they? They ain't asked your opinion. They got that done very quickly. So what it is that they want to get done, they get done. If they wanted to fix the system in Baltimore City, they could have done it a long time ago. And keep telling you that they throwing money at it. Money ain't the issue. Money ain't the issue. It's like a sick man dying on like a billionaire laying on his sick bed. Not one of those dollars are going to give him better health. Throwing money at it ain't going to help. We have to go in there and we have to put their feet to the fire and force them to change. I'm out.
All right, Jay Rich, you going to the breakfast tomorrow?
I got somebody coming to the house to do work, man. I was going to come. If I can get them up out of here before 10, I'll be there.
All right, that'll work. And I'm going to do a little work, but I'll definitely get up with you tomorrow on them things we talked about.
All right. Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Peace, Brother Jay Rich.
Peace.
That was Brother James, first vice of the Baltimore division. And powerful show today. Let me get through all the chats real quick. I think we got most of them. Dr. Dawes says, Black women are more educated than Black men. Not anyone else. Not anyone else. He says, maybe more than other minority groups. Not Asians. Baba Ori says, peace out. Hopefully I see you tomorrow, Brother Ori. Sister Eartha says, educated people do uneducated things also. That is true. How can the uneducated people outdo the educated people? Maybe the educated people are miseducated. And did not remember the purpose of education is to solve the problems of our people. I agree. Dr. Dawes says, appreciate it, good work. Just trying to hang with you, good doc. Just trying to keep up with you, good brother, and that powerful platform that you had. So I'm going to close out, but we're going to pay a couple of bills first for those that wanted to see what we were talking about with the Newsom Party, the Black political party, Newsom Party. Check this out.
For generations, we've been told that our vote matters, but a question remains. Has it consistently delivered the results our communities have been seeking? Many believe the time has come to build independent political power, to organize, to participate, and to pursue a different path. The Newsom Party says it's time to put Black communities first. The choice has always belonged to us. Our vote, our voice, our future. The Newsom Party. The next chapter begins with the people.
That is NewsomParty.com. NewsomParty.com. So when we start talking about the education system, when we start talking about the issues we have in the black community when we start talking about the people that we're voting for in the system. Maybe we need to get our own political party and buck the system. That's what Keith Scott's talking about, and he's been talking about this Newsom party. Also want to pay the bills because we are a UNIA station. Shout out to UNIA Rock Media and, of course, my platform, Real Truth and Power. The convention is coming up. Tuesday, we have a meet and greet at Terra Cafe. Wednesday, and we'll be at Pike's Movie Theater showing 2 short documentaries on the work we're doing in Baltimore and our Faka Rock, the black-owned UNIA grocery store. Thursday, we'll be at Next Phase Cafe. It's going to be music, entertainment, poetry, and a lot of powerful speakers. Friday, we're at TNAT on the over East, and we'll have a powerful panel discussion. So I just want to show a little preview of what's to come. And for all those that want to meet the person that's sitting in Marcus Garvey's seat, you will have a chance to meet and hear the President General of the UNIA, the 10th successor to Marcus Garvey, the 11th President General speak. It's going to be powerful. I can't wait. And so here's that commercial.
History doesn't remember those who stood on the sidelines. History remembers those who organized. More than 100 years ago, Marcus Garvey inspired millions to believe that a people could rise through unity, organization, and self-determination. Today, that legacy returns to Baltimore. Now for 6 unforgettable days, history, culture, education, and purpose come together. This is more than a convention. It is the continuation of a movement. Join President General Michael Duncan and Garveyites from around the world at the 68th UNIA-ACL International Convention, August 18th through August 23rd, Baltimore, Maryland. One God, one aim, one destiny.
So remember, family, also that weekend, you can hang out with us that weekend with the members out of town at the UNIA. We're going to be visiting the Great Blacks and Wax. I haven't been since I was a little kid, so we're talking decades and decades. So I can't wait to do that. We're going to visit Everyone's Bookstore. That's the official bookstore for the UNIA right here in Baltimore. We're going to visit our social club, just to visit this historic men's social club for black men, the oldest in the country, I believe, the longest reigning. We're going to visit, if everything goes right, we're going to be visiting the black-owned bakery on Pennsylvania Avenue. I picked up a few pounds, man. I just had an apple pie from there. If you heat that thing up, it's wonderful. Shout out to Brother James Hamlin. We're going to visit the church that Marcus Garvey got married to his second wife, Amy J., Trinity Baptist Church. And we're going to visit the Wall of Respect and Pride, a mural with Marcus Garvey and a couple of other powerful people by my good brother, Ernest Shaw. And then that Saturday night, we will have the gala where you'll see members of our social club accept an award, Black Men Unifying Black Men accepted an award. Sister Eartha, who blessed us on the show, today she's going to receive an award. Brother Bill and Brother Mike Gooden are going to receive an award. And you're going to see UNIA members receive awards, those that pass orientation and things of that nature, and awards to some UNIA leaders that's doing the work. That Sunday, we're going to D.C. So the bus was provided for people out of town for the UNIA. But if some of them leave that Saturday, we're going to have open spots on the bus. So you definitely want to jump on that bus. You're going to see our Minister of Protocol. He has a UNIA historic exhibit that's going to be on display. Okay? This is free. You just got to pay $25 for the bus, and you got to pay for your lunch, and they have lunch served there as well. We're going to also see Anthony Browder because our UNIA division meets at Baba Anthony Browder. They're in the same building, the Thurgood Marshall Center in D.C., and you'll get to see a small exhibit he has in that building. Also, we'll be visiting the Civil War Museum. Again, all free. The only event that we're charging you for convention, quite honestly, is for the meetings, and that's for UNIA members only. All-night events are free except for our gala, $75, and you want to be there looking fresh and sharp to see and witness how we do it. And so it's going to be a powerful convention. And I want to close out with this one. Before I close out, I want to play one more. When we always talk about unity, a lot of people talk about taking care of your home, but we believe in taking care of our home first. But we also believe in global unity. And my slogan has been quite simple. You either on the page with us or not. Global unity or death.
Global unity or death. They told us we would never stand together. They divided us by politics, by labels, by fear. But every generation must make a choice. Remain divided or become one people. I don't seek violence, but I refuse to surrender. If they bring fear, I'll bring courage. One people, one purpose, one destiny. They can fight a man, but they cannot stop an idea whose time has come.
Global unity, family. Black people, we have to unify. We don't get anywhere divided. I want to close out tonight with just a recap of the show. I know we go on for hours sometimes and people get on late. So you can go and recap the show on my Facebook and again on YouTube, UNIA Rock Media, and of course my channel, Real Truth and Power. And one of the things we started off with the show was I was going over some stats of how our graduation rate was pretty good, but from the 4th grade, Black students in public school systems only were below white students in reading and math. And then we went to the 8th grade, because you have to understand the 4th grade is really pushing us to middle school. Then we went to, or junior high, and then we went to the 8th grade, which is leading us into high school. And reading, math, we were below. And I believe that Dr. Jordan mentioned something. I have to check, but I think he might be talking about graduation rates. But he said something about we may have did well in a certain area over white people, but I believe it still wasn't good. And we have to also realize that when we talk about the school system, we have to have higher standards. And I'm not blaming the students. I'm not blaming the parents on this. And I'm definitely not blaming the teachers, because they're only doing what they're supposed to do within the system. And so I think in order for our education system to become better, we have to have an education system that's strict, that demands out of our students. I talk about this all the time with the No Child Left Behind. How can you pass and not be ready. It's about the work, about being an academic scholar. We had a brother named James Wilson. He talked about an academic scholarship program he's having for students going to HBCUs. So definitely rewind that. It's a way where you can donate to that scholarship. He spoke about that he has a youth program in the UNIA in Atlanta. We had one, all of our divisions had one, but he's from the Atlanta division. And he also spoke on the books he has. He has 3 books, one about Marcus Garvey, one about the red, black, and green, and one about Malcolm X. So you will meet Brother James Wilson at convention. Have your money ready. He will have his books. These are children's books. So we're talking about education, and we have children's books, UNIA books, and he will be here and he will sign them. But you can also go to his website and get the book. He signs all the books before he ships them out. And he was just speaking about how we need to be more African culture, how we need to be taught more African culture in our schools and our history. And so that also means the school system sucks. And also mentioning how we have to be accountable. We had our good brother Malik come on, and he was talking about how he was looking at his kids and how they were able to have a successful, how they would be able to have success in the public school system. But he did mention he had to transfer him and his frustration with the black-run schools who were run by black people as well. And he took them out to another school system or another school within the system, and the difference between white-ran schools and black-ran schools. Interesting. So we're talking about, again, the system. And he mentioned how, again, we have to hold our black politicians accountable. And we have to support them, but if we don't critique them and we don't put them to a high standard, then we're failing ourselves. And then we had our good brother Reed come on. And Ronald Williams, DJ Reed, was going in, and he was mentioning we got to blame the parents. We got to blame the black community. We got to hold the black community accountable. And the chat was going in on him, but he stood firm on his beliefs. So he didn't really come up with any solutions, which we wanted people to do. But he voiced a sentiment that a lot of black people feel about the community. So you definitely want to check that out. I think that he really went in hard. He was very passionate, and he was a little entertaining as well. So shout out to Reed, and definitely check that out. We had our good brother Dr. Dawg come in, and he was just powerful as well about holding politicians accountable, holding the system accountable. We had brother Keith Scott come in, and he was mentioning, even though we told him to watch that word about being a revolutionary, he dropped and said he's a revolutionary. Again, I told him you were going to get on him, brother Mawali Mu, if you're watching. And we had my good brother James on. And everybody was powerful, man. So I want to thank you guys for tuning in. We always on long, so we stay on long to give a lot of people a chance to, be a part of the conversation. So I want to make sure that I acknowledge that we would like to always read the chats. We like to always go in and speak on certain things. And Brother Shabaka, when you come in next time, I got you. I'll bring you in. Just be a little patient with me. And so we just want to make sure that you always know that this is not my show. This is our show. This is the show for the community to talk about important issues, come up with resolutions, talk about how we need to move. It's very important that we move a certain way as a community. This week we were talking about unity and things like that on Facebook. And so one of the main things is that when we start speaking of these things, we have to be really serious with ourselves. We have to really be serious with ourselves and say to ourselves, this is unity, and we're fighting for unity. And maybe everybody can't be a part of it, because when you start talking about building a nation, that's a different kind of unity. And we have to understand that there's the concept of unity, there's the ideology of unity, and then there's building a nation. And you have to have a certain code to be on unity. What makes us have certain people that we want to unify with and certain people that we don't. So I hope you guys, if you came in late, definitely check it out. Real Truth and Power on YouTube, UNIA Rock Media on YouTube, Everett Winchester on Facebook. I appreciate you. My ribs touching. I'm going to get something to eat. But as you always know, Real Truth and Power, where we provide health, wealth, knowledge of self. Next week, we're going back in it again. And so we're just going to keep these topics coming up. We're going to keep everything pushing, and definitely look at my Facebook. We're going to be doing some events, filming a documentary. And if you want to be a part of the documentary, come and do some community work, we'll interview you. All right? So shout out to everybody. Shout out to the UNIA, one God, one aim, one destiny. Real Truth and Power, health, wealth, knowledge of self. Black men unifying black men, Pike's Theater, breakfast.
Real truth and power, health, wealth, knowledge of self, uplifting the community. Let's talk about it. Real truth and power, health, wealth, knowledge of self, uplifting the community. Let's talk about it.
Your boy dead on the street last week. Not from drugs, from violence. Nobody stand up, nobody move. Me got 6 weeks we build 100 man. Or Baltimore lose its soul. Back in the day, we protect we own. Now, enough talk, enough post. But Garvey, him leave with the blueprint. Stand up, uniform, discipline, unity. African Legion, it not dead. It a prophecy waiting for fulfill. Ma nearly walk away, tired, alone. But when that mother grab me arm and say, who I go protect my son? Me know, we not start no war, we restore order. Black unity, black honor, black discipline. This a we army, and it never left. Me name, Brother Tony. Join the Baltimore UNIA. Be the legacy, or be the silence.
Baltimore don't sleep, we move. Hands in the dirt, feet on the block, food in the streets, knowledge to the youth. This ain't charity, this is power. The Universal Negro Improvement Association running the community like infrastructure. No permission, no waiting, black self-reliance in real time. Legacy heavy, boots planted, all in the name of Marcus Garvey. UNIA Baltimore Division 106, Barker Clark. We working.
They wiped. Said I was divisive. Said I was too loud. I've got one shot to bring real truth and power back, or the community loses its voice. It started as a podcast, just the mic, just truth. Then came the guests, doctors, entrepreneurs, revolutionaries. We laughed, we argued, we built something sacred. But the deeper we went, the more resistance hit. Algorithms buried us. Platforms ghosted us. Not because we lied, but because we told the truth. I was ready to walk away. Then, after practice, one of my players, 16 years old, pulls me aside. Dead serious, he goes,
Coach, that podcast, that was the first time I heard someone actually speaking to us.
Then he smirks.
Also, you kind of went viral on my group chat. Don't let it die.
That was it. I rebuilt the studio from scratch. Mic back on, files restored, and this time, I hit record like it's war. Real Truth and Power is back. Raw, necessary, unstoppable. New shows drop soon. Subscribe now. Share this. And revisit the episodes they didn't want you to hear. Locked. It's real.